While most programs at this point would be reminding you to please turn off your cell phones and put them away, I'm actually going to ask you to take yours out. We want you to share this event and some of the things you learn and your experiences here with your friends and contacts and followers. United for Women and Families in the State of Florida. Our hashtag for this afternoon is hashtag FLWomenLeaders, and our Twitter handle is at FLACSW. On your tables in front of you, you have a little card with all of our social media information on it, so you can find us and tag us and share. Please feel free to take pictures and post throughout the day and use our hashtag so that we can find you. We'd really appreciate that. Excuse me for 1 second. That's not the right slide. Is it going to change? We might have a technical issue that I'll handle. Once we get the technology set up, we're super excited. We're going to have some interactive polling that we'd like to do. I appreciate your patience in waiting for that to come through. But also, we are trying to cut back on our papers. So you'll notice there's no agenda or speakers. If you will scan the QR codes on the back of those cards, the first one says agenda and speakers. Just scan it, go to the link, and you can pull up the entire agenda for the program, all of the speakers, including their biographies. So without further ado, I'm going to turn the podium over to the chair of the Florida Commission on the Status of Women, Sophia Eccleston.
I'm just going to stay down here. Good morning, everyone. Someone lost their lipstick. So if this is yours, I'll just set it here. Thank you, Kelly. So as Kelly mentioned, my name is Sophia Eccleston. I'm chair of the Florida Commission on the Status of Women, and that is my volunteer job. But in my real job, I am the Senior External Affairs Manager for Florida Power and Light in Palm Beach County. In 2018, I was appointed to the commission by CFO Jimmy Petronas, and it's been an honor to serve with 21 other women from across the state. So as chair, in 2022, I was elected to be chair of the commission, and as chair, there were two main goals that I wanted to make sure we accomplished, and one of them was to collaborate more with our local commissions. And you know, yesterday we had the privilege of having the Jacksonville Mayor's Commission come and speak to us. But those are the type of things that we like to do. So if you're with a local commission, you know, please reach out to the commission office and get with us so that, you know, you can join us at our quarterly meetings or, you know, even our executive monthly meetings. And, you know, we can get you to share with us what you are doing in your local commissions. And so the other key goal for me for this year was also to find out some of the issues affecting women and girls throughout the state. We've been very focused on what I like to call the more mature women, but we haven't really tapped into the 18 to 25-year-olds to find out what are some of the things affecting them. So we hired a researcher firm who is helping us, and hopefully some of you in this room have seen those surveys, but we sent out a survey to really gather that information, and we should have the results of that sometime in October, and we will definitely love to share it with some of our local commissions. But one of the things that we'll do is make sure it's in our annual report that we will share with the legislators, because one of our goals is to make sure that when we find these issues, and this is what we're charged with as the commission, is to really find out the issues affecting women and girls, in addition to celebrating them and all their successes, but also bring those issues to the legislators so that they hopefully will enact laws that are help to solve some of those issues. So we're really looking forward to seeing what some of, you know, that data that we're going to be gathering is going to do, and hopefully as a commission and working collaboratively with other commissions, we can really make a difference for women and girls in the state of Florida. So those are kind of the two goals that, main goals that we're working on. And of course, we love to celebrate and bring really good programming to the women and girls throughout the state of Florida, and some men. So, I want to just thank you all for being here. I want to just thank you all for being here. No matter where you came from to join us, this is a great event. This has always been a good event. When we do it in Tallahassee, we always like to have, take the women to the Capitol so that they can learn the legislative process. But I think you will walk away from this feeling very enlightened, and we have amazing speakers that you will learn from today. So thank you again. And with that, I'll turn it over to the chair of the Public Policy Committee, Commissioner Barreto.
Not like you can't see me with this blue jacket on, but I thought I'd come up here. Good morning, everybody. Welcome, and thank you so much for joining us here today. We are very proud to put on this LEAD Summit here in the beautiful city of Jacksonville, and are overwhelmed at the response that we got. So thank you so much for being here. The Florida Commission on the Status of Women was created by the Florida legislature. And our job is to research and identify issues affecting women, girls, and ultimately families so that we can put together data, share it with elected officials, share it with leaders around the state, both in the public and private sector, so they can affect positive change. As Commissioner Ecclestone said, we are nonpartisan. However, our job is to really bring forth that data. There are very many women throughout the years who've served on the commission, and sometimes men, and they've worked very, very hard each year, volunteering their time. We're not paid in this position, but we all have a passion for making a difference. We've come a long way from women's suffrage, and we celebrated that a year or two ago now. However, we have still a long way to go. We, in 2020, had a wide variety of women running for office, most women elected in any year ever during that election time. There are still gains to be made. Women make up over 30.3% of all statewide elected, and 35% of the Florida legislature. However, we're half of the population. So again, work to go. That is why we're here today, to inform, inspire, and continue to engage in a dialogue and to help you help us bring forth the voice of women's issues. Events like this don't happen overnight. The commission is working very, very hard. The whole commission really has had input. However, the Public Policy Committee has worked very hard, and I'd like to recognize the commissioners who are here today. Many are very, very busy and couldn't be with us. The commission is extremely diverse. We have entrepreneurs, we have elected officials, we have utility workers, we have a whole range of people, which really makes up a beautiful kaleidoscope of voices that help us impart a different kind of viewpoint to the challenges we face. But let me ask you to rise if you're here in the room, the commissioners who worked on this. Commissioner Melanie Bonanno, Commissioner Lori Day, Senator and Commissioner Gail Harrell, Commissioner Belinda Kaiser, Commissioner Tracy Merlin, Commissioner Roxy Nelson, State Representative and Commissioner Jenna Persons-Maluka, and of course our Chair, Commissioner Ecclestone. If you please stand and be recognized, and thank you for your dedication and hard work. So, you're here to hear this incredible panel, and so we want to get to that right now. As we introduce our speaker, please note that we're not going to read about the incredibly talented biographies. Once again, as Kelly said up front, they're right on the app that you have been provided, as well as the agenda details are on there. So, I have had the pleasure of meeting our facilitator for this session, from Ohio, originally, loves horses, very active in the Jacksonville community, Mary Bear. I'm sure many of you know her. Mary has been very successful and accomplished in her career. She's a co-author, reporter. She delivers the news each weeknight on News for Jax. How many of you listen to her? Raise your hands. All right. Please join me in giving a warm round of applause to a high-profile, excellent, exceptional woman right here in Jacksonville, and one who volunteered her time to be with us again today. So thank you so much, Mary.
What an introduction. Rita, thank you so much. Well, yes, we do have a wonderful panel. I think we should go ahead and let me talk real briefly about Title IX, before the experts begin. It marks the 50th anniversary of the passage of Title IX, the law that requires all federally funded educational institutions to prohibit discrimination based on sex. It opened a new world of opportunity for the generations of women since its passage, inspiring a movement for equal opportunity in classrooms, in playing fields, and of course in boardrooms. So thank you all for being here, and we're going to pay tribute to the impact of Title IX and reflect on 50 years of progress while also acknowledging the current challenges and the potential for the next 50 years. This is a panel discussion, talk show style. We have audience Q&A. You're going to be able to give us your questions at the end. Along with our live audience, we also have a virtual audience streaming right now as well. So welcome to all of you. And now to our panelists. Can I call up Nancy Hogshead-Makar? Nancy, many refer to as the guru of Title IX. This world-class gold medal Olympic swimmer is known as a lifelong advocate for access and equality in athletics. She speaks internationally on the subject of Title IX and countless other titles. But in my home, she's actually considered a star because she and her husband set me up with my husband, Marty. So I'm kind of indebted to her for life. Thank you. Okay, Barbara Jo Palmer, she's actually joining us via Zoom, correct? Right? Is she going to join? In a moment. She'll be on the screen in just a moment, but Barbara became Florida State University's Director of Women's Intercollegiate Athletics in 1977, and she was chosen for the Florida Women's Hall of Fame because of her lobbying work for Title IX. So truly a trailblazer here. Can't wait to hear the stories about how it all came about. She's going to tell us about the history. And I just met Marlon Jones and her beautiful daughter, Trinity. Marlon, come on up. Everybody welcome Marlon Jones, Esquire. Marlon currently serves at the University of North Florida as the Director of Equal Opportunity and Inclusion and the Title IX Coordinator. She's an advocate for diversity and inclusion and teaches in the sports management program here at UNF. So she sees the effects of the law firsthand. I can't wait to hear your discussion as well, Marlon. And I'm going to go ahead and can I go sit? Should I go sit down? Would you like Kelly me to sit down with it? Yeah, I think so too. We've got room. I'm sitting in the middle here, and I guess I can use this mic. And you got two. Wouldn't you know that Nancy steals the other one? Oh, and if you have any questions as we begin our discussion, as we go through the discussion, jot them down. There are cards on the table. Is that right, Rita? Okay, and then we'll be gathering those cards up, so at the end you guys can ask some questions. So please, this is your chance. This is your chance. So good morning. Thank you so much for being here, Marlon. Nancy, let's begin with Nancy. If you could, she'll be the backgrounder, right, of the whole Title IX process. If you could tell us how we got here, maybe break down the law for us first. And I know, okay, easy peasy, she says. Let's put this up closer to your mouth. There you go. Almost. Can we see those?
As part of the big omnibus civil rights package, Congress passes Title VI, which bars discrimination for anybody going to school based on race, color, national origin, if the school receives federal funds. So it was a quid pro quo, right? It was a way to get private schools that were getting all the tax dollars to also integrate. Okay, so that was 64. It took until 1972 until women got the exact same thing. So if you look at the statute, can you go to slide number, I think it's number 4? Is it possible? You don't have it? Okay, you'll have to take my word for it. So Title VI and Title IX are identical, except Title VI, passed in 1964, says race, color, national origin, and Title IX says sex. So no discrimination based on sex. So it's a quid pro quo. It's a way of the government saying, if we give you money, you agree not to discriminate, okay? Now, there are lots of ways to discriminate, and her office has to handle all of them, right? You can sexually harass somebody, there can be sexual violence, you can tell somebody that they have to carry a child, like a lot of coaches were doing, or alternatively, you have to have an abortion. So there's pregnancy discrimination, there's, you'll all know what I'm, right, lots of different ways. Athletics, we worked so hard to make sure that we actually had what 1954 prohibited, which is we wanted sex segregation in athletics. We wanted separate but equal. It's one of the few places in the whole athletic department where we do sex segregate, right? The math program doesn't, the rest of the school is integrated in not just race and sex, but also religion and everything else, right? It's all integrated.
And as an athlete, you know this firsthand, why we want them separated.
Right. Yeah, there's no other category of, so we have lots of categories in sports, right? We've got age categories, we've got weight categories, all different kinds of geography and how good somebody is. There's no bigger gap in the categories than the sex categories, right? So Michael Phelps at his best was only 0.2% better than his competitors, whereas the best men are literally 100-fold more than that, which is about between 10 and 50% better than women, right? So there's a huge gap between them. And if half the population is going to get equal opportunities in sports, we've got to have our own team. If a school, imagine UNF just going and saying, hey, we're going to have one team. And we're just going to have a basketball team and just see who makes it. We're going to integrate it. You wouldn't know who I was. You wouldn't know who most women athletes are. You wouldn't know who Katie Ledecky was. You wouldn't know who Allison Felix is. You wouldn't know who Serena Williams is, right? We have to have that sex segregation in order to have equal opportunities. Right?
Even though there are plenty of women who can totally beat the pants off of the men.
Right. Right.
I mean, it's true, right?
Yeah.
But as the broad spectrum, and the reality is that men are built stronger.
Absolutely. Okay. So after the Olympics in 1984, the basketball team thought it would be hilarious if they would all race me, right? And these guys are huge, and they're like shoulders out to here. I mean, in no other way am I going to be able to beat them. But so we I always gave them a head start just to really, punch it in there. And then they just don't have the technique or the whatever. So they haven't. I mean, I have 10,000 hours in swimming, and they didn't. And right, and they thought it was hilarious. They thought it was so funny. Like, oh my God, look at this. This is incredible, right? So, only about maybe 300 or 400 men could beat me, but that's enough to wipe me out of the field of never going to the Olympics or never. Okay, so the law measures equality in 3 different ways, and I've never met a current student who didn't know exactly how they were being discriminated. 1 is you have to give women equal opportunities to be able to participate. 2 is you have to treat them the same way. So equal promotions and equal medical care and equal coaching, the same
Housing,
quality
housing, locker rooms,
locker
right?
rooms, right? Facilities, right? All that. And then third is you have to give them equal scholarship dollars. So if you go, we have a website called Title9Schools.com, and it goes through every single school in the country. We use the data that comes from schools themselves that does those three metrics. How many opportunities that a school needs to add in order to be equal, number one. How many scholarship dollars do they need to add? Right now, schools need to add in total for the whole country. There are about a little over 2,000 schools. They need to add about 190,000 opportunities for girls and women to be able to participate. And they need to add about $1.2 billion in college scholarship dollars. So we're actually going backwards ever since Mark Emmert came on board the NCAA. He quit monitoring how schools were doing, and of course, they went backwards.
When was that?
2010, when Mark Emmert came on board, he said, this is just a waste of money for us to be doing this, and essentially let the women sue, right? And that's what they've done, is let the women sue. If they wanna have equality, they're gonna need to sue to do that.
I don't want to jump ahead, but
Yeah.
you have an organization that you founded that actually steps in to help young women
We do. So
very
Yeah.
referring to.
So my organization is called championwomen.org. It's all one word, championwomen.org. And Champion Women, I say our job is to get the party started. So when right, Mary knows that I'm good at that. So what we do is we reach out to students, and we have to build a community. It's not as easy as you think. Your average 18 to 22-year-old, from this age group, they're not going to sue their school unless you build a community around them. And as soon as they have that community around them, then they're pretty good. Then they want to go for it. And usually after I kind of explain the law, there's only two things that you decide in any lawsuit. Any lawsuit is, what are the facts? Was the light red or green? And then two is, what's the law? Meaning, well, is it okay that I give the football players more than the track athletes? The answer is no. Okay. But so the law is equal is equal is equal is equal. And the facts are usually hard in a case like sexual assault, or if somebody's being discriminated against, like they didn't get hired, they didn't get fired. That's hard. Athletics, not so hard, because there's a 10-year-old can go in and look at these locker rooms and look at these locker rooms and say, are those equal? And if the answer is no, then it probably doesn't pass Title IX. So
Nancy, thank you.
That's the basics right there.
I feel like we're just scratching the surface. There's so many ways we can go with this, but Marlon, I really want to hear from you. Surrounded here by lawyers, 2 lawyers here, so if it gets too deep, let us know. But Marlon, if you can explain to us the educational aspect about this and how you deal with it on a regular basis.
The quote I saw that explains Title IX the best was actually by Napoleon Bonaparte. And he said, ability is nothing without opportunity. And opportunity is what is needed. The law says that we will not discriminate in programs and activities at an educational institution based on sex, which means gender. And so my job as the Title IX coordinator is to talk with students, is to observe and to monitor all of the activities of the university. Athletics and sexual assault get all of the publicity, but it's the entire university that is responsible for meeting Title IX. So the first thing that I have to do is educate our faculty and staff that Title IX is not my job or the office of the people who work for me. It's the job of the entire university. And I found one of the best ways to explain it is to look at the number of students at your university who receive some type of federal financial assistance. I work here at UNF. We have about 71% of our students that get aid. What you need to understand is federal aid isn't just Pell Grants. There are a lot of state scholarships that are funded by federal dollars. The majority of the research dollars that our professors are using to advance their academic discipline is funded by federal dollars. So if we're found in violation of Title IX and the federal government comes in and takes all of their money, what we're left with is the 29% of students who are actually writing a check to attend our university. So if we go from 17,000 students to approximately 4,000 students, we don't need all of you professors. We don't need all of you staff members because we don't need a one-to-one ratio of students to faculty. No school is going to have that. And right now, my position is required by the federal government. So if you can't do things for the right reasons, will you do things so that your job remains and that you can remain employed? So I try to make people connect with a personal reason for doing the right thing. But Title IX starts with recruiting for admissions. It's the dormitories and the housing. One of the things that people don't look at, that is something that I try to particularly monitor, is what are our enrollments like in our STEM programs? Do we have academic advisors who are trying to steer women away from engineering, to steer women away from the hard sciences, the biologies, and the chemistries? And why? We have an engineering school, and so I talk with our female engineering students, and it starts early. They say even in their group projects, the guys want to make them the secretaries. The guys want them to take the notes at the meetings.
In this day and age.
Yes, today. They don't want them building the structures. And there's a reason. Because there are university dollars that send students to present their scholarship. And the men want all of those opportunities. There are research opportunities with professors. And the men know, and the men will go and meet with these professors day one and make friends and say, oh, I want to help create knowledge in this area and I want to work in your lab. And the professors don't have an established way of selecting people. And that's where I come in. Do you have a policy? Do you have a procedure? I don't want to know your practice. I want to know what it says on paper, what it is that our students can read so that they know what the playing field is. You know, every time women start gaining on men, they change the rules of the game. And so one of my jobs is to make sure that if we're changing the rules, we change them for everybody. And we inform everybody so that everybody has an equal footing. One of the worst cases I had to investigate last year, there were 2 female students trying to get a research position with a professor. And the first thing he asked them to do was remove their mask. He needed to know what they looked like. What difference does it make what she looks like if she's doing academic research? And we still have some of those people, and they feel that because they're tenured, they can't be removed, but they can. And it's my job to investigate, to get all the information, to get all of the knowledge that we can use to show the provost and the president that this is an area of risk for our university. And if we allow this person to continue, our federal dollars are at stake.
So this is an ongoing process. This
Ongoing.
is what you deal with every day.
Every day.
And do you feel like the university is making headway?
Some, but it's slow. My first year here, I was at Florida International before I came here. And my first year here, I had a staff of 3, including myself, and we had 129 cases. We don't just investigate Title IX cases, we investigate all discrimination. So whether it's religion or disability, national origin, gender, and the sexual assault, dating violence, domestic violence, and stalking, all of those are things. When we moved online and virtual, I was told, oh, your office isn't gonna have anything to do because people are at home, and so they're not gonna be able to harass people. Well, they just relocated the harassment. That year, we went down to 124 cases. And last year, 2021, 2022, we had 120, and we're still in office of 3.
When you refer to harassment, can you define for us, like give us some examples of harassment and how it pertains to Title IX, how it can protect our students?
One of the issues we have with sexual harassment and one of the hardest things to work with is in athletics. Because athletics is one of those career paths where you can move immediately from student, team member in May, to graduate assistant in June, to full-time assistant coach by December. So you established a relationship with these persons as your peer. But once they become a graduate assistant, once they become an assistant coach, they're no longer your peer. They're now in a supervisory capacity. And even though they don't have direct ability to determine if you're gonna compete or how often you're gonna compete or if you're gonna get introduced for a travel team, they have access to the head coach and they talk to the head coach. And so if you're trying to date me and I let you know I'm not interested, if you're vindictive, if you're manipulative, you then go to my head coach and say, I don't know if you really need to play Nancy because you're not seeing Nancy like I see Nancy. And maybe, Mary would be better. And so trying to be able to prove that is the difficult part. Then we get people who come and they want to bring claims of hostile work environment. But hostile work environment must be based on your membership in a protected class. So the person has to be mean and nasty to you because you're female, or because you're black, or because you're Jewish, or because you have a disability. And unfortunately, we have a lot of people who are mean and nasty to everybody. And so when you're mean and nasty to everybody, I can't get to hostile work environment because that's more of a recruitment issue in human resources and being able to fully vet people before we bring them into our community. And a lot of people are good at masking who they really are until they're hired. And once they're hired, it's a lot harder to get rid of them.
As an athlete, did you encounter this in your career, in your college career?
I didn't encounter that kind of harassment just because I was 3 standard deviations better than, I was the only scholarship athlete at Duke University. So, but for this law, none of that would have mattered. Wouldn't have mattered how many world and American records I held, the fact that I was a 1980 Olympian, the fact that nothing would have mattered. I would have been a female, and I was not going to get a college scholarship, no matter how hard I worked, et cetera. So this statute, literally, it created my Olympic career.
Yeah, so if there was no Title IX, you would not be who you are
I would not
today.
be who I am today. Yeah.
So you have
Yeah.
to remember, Nancy and I are about the same age. When I was in high school, I was a cheerleader, and I thought about participating in tennis. But at that time, I was going to have the same end result. My career was going to end at graduation. I wasn't going to be able to compete afterwards. It was my sophomore year in college before the NCAA had championships for women's sports teams. So women weren't pushed to compete. There were no championship activities. Nancy was in an individual sport. Tennis was an individual sport. But our universities recruit international players for tennis. They don't recruit Americans for tennis. Still.
That's remarkable.
Yeah, well, that coach gets evaluated based on wins and losses. And if the best players are internationally, that's where the coach is going to go. It's not just about, discriminating against Americans. It is how if coaches were evaluated based on how many Americans that they graduated, then you would see, different metrics there.
You have a young daughter.
I do.
Who
Yeah.
and I wonder, do you have discussions about Title IX? Does she, you know what I mean? You grew up totally different, right?
Totally
Background,
different.
and opportunities.
Opportunity is the key word. She was born on a college campus. I was working at Florida A&M University when she was born, and that was when I became familiar with your name again, because I went to FAMU right after they had cut the women's golf team, and then they had to add it back. And part of the reason it got added back was because of Nancy. Nancy reached out to those parents and let them know that they can't just get rid of your team just for no reason. So it was less than a month, the team was back.
That's incredible.
But my daughter the men's basketball players were her big brothers. The volleyball coaches were her big sisters. She was on a college campus, and I worked in sports until she was 9. When she started competing is when I moved over to the Title IX side, because she spent all of her time watching other people compete, and she wasn't able to compete. She was able to play almost every sport. I gave her all lessons. I hated to see the parent that only put their child in the one sport that they liked, and then the kid would come to me as a compliance officer in their sophomore year in college and say, I don't want to play anymore. I've been playing the sport since I was 4. So she did everything. She picked basketball. She is 5'9", but she tore her ACL in the 8th grade.
Oh, no.
And that surgery left mental scars that are still there.
Yeah.
Swimming.
Swimming.
A good illustration is my goddaughter. She and I went to the same high school and the same college. I graduated high school in 1980. She graduated in 2008. When she was 6, I was working for the Olympic Committee, and she was a little gymnast. So I got her parents tickets to take her to see the USA team. When she realized that we weren't going to win the gold medal, she said, I want to go home. And they were like, do you know how hard it was to get these tickets? You're going to sit here and cheer. When she went to middle school, she said to us, Auntie, I don't want to try for the Olympics anymore. It's too much work. I just want to get a college scholarship. And there was an opportunity. And she was able to get a college scholarship to the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill. And Nancy, I love seeing her mom, who was a former Duke cheerleader, have to wear Carolina blue and cheer for the Tar Heels for 4 years. It was great. But it goes back to opportunity. There was not the same opportunity for the women who graduated high school when Nancy and I did to really want to continue. I was only one girl at my high school who played volleyball who was able to go to Davidson College on a partial scholarship because women's athletics just wasn't important enough. And Title IX and the threat of the removal of those federal dollars made it important enough.
Incredible. And how we got here, I think we want to get Barbara Jo Palmer. Is she available? Barbara, are you? You are. Yay, Barbara. Hey, Barbara. How are you?
It's just that I couldn't see you. And so technically I kept trying to, how can I see the panel? How can I see the panel? So anyway, I've been paying attention though.
Barbara, we're so glad you're joining us. I know you're a busy woman. Could you tell us, give us a little bit of the history of Title IX and how, because we've been talking about its importance and its impact and assessing it, but we'd love to hear your experience and how, from the athletic director perspective, but also the history of getting it, lobbying to get it passed and what it took to get the law passed.
Well, thank you. First of all, thank you for this opportunity. It's been a long time since I've been able to really talk about the history of women's sports. 50 years. I can't believe that much time has gone by. Right. But I became women's athletic director in 1977 at Florida State University. And at that time, I did not ask the right questions in the interview process because when I walked in the first day, I found out that in my top right-hand drawer, there was all this money down in there. And in the corner over here was a whole stack of tennis racket covers. And they were raising money to let the volleyball team go to a regional competition. So the bottom line is the women had at that time $163,000. I was full-time being paid like $18,000, some amount of money, not much. And I had a secretary. All of the coaches were not paid at the time. And so you can just imagine the uphill battle that we had. And as you know, you all are talking about the way it is now and the way it has been in the last few years. But back then, there were not just, people just were worried. They were really worried that men's sports, it would be the demise of men's sports for women to participate because of the lack of funding. So I had been, my degree was in therapeutic recreation, and I had actually been working to get people with disabilities out of institutions and back into the community. And so I was writing grants for Title VII. And so when they interviewed me for this, they said, how are you going to raise the money? And I said, well, I'll just write a grant, and we'll get money. Well, nobody on the interview committee, nor myself, knew that Title IX had no money attached to it. So I wasn't going to be able to get one dime from the federal government on it. It was just an unfunded mandate. And that's what scared schools. It was an unfunded mandate. So what we felt like we needed to do was figure out a way to raise money. I mean, I didn't want to ruin men's sports either, So what we did was we took a look at, well, before I do that, let me tell you what happened. About 2 weeks after I was on the job, the volleyball team that we were raising the money for was getting ready to go. And back then you didn't have to wear seatbelts. So there was this, big van, and they're all in there with their, the whole team is in one van. And I remember having to put a pillow down in the runway where you close the door for one of the kids to sit for like an 8-hour drive someplace, and I've said to myself right then and there, this will never happen again on my watch. This will not. And so part of what we did at that time was set up a series of, and I mean a bunch of speaking engagements for me to do. And also Sarah Hill from Florida A&M and some booster types too. But mainly would go to civic clubs, men's civics clubs, And I would tell them that story. And I'd say, why in the world would you treat your daughter that way? Where she has to be crammed into a van, driven 8 hours up someplace, compete, have a fast food thing, and come back. Why would you do that to your daughters? When your son is flying the day before, getting to practice some, compete, spend the night again, and then fly back. That doesn't make any sense. So quite frankly, I think a lot of the men really, they had daughters. And so we started a booster group that started, some of the men, quite frankly, gave the most money in the very beginning. I mean, full scholarships, endowed scholarships. So the bottom line is it took not just women, but men that cared too. And so we launched a major effort to raise money, but that still wasn't enough. We got the legislature to authorize matching scholarships and so on. But what we really needed was to look at what are the requirements of Title IX and what do we need to do to meet those requirements? So what we did was put together a formula. And some of it was controversial, but you got to keep in mind back then, the women had $163,000. The men had $5 million. Little bit of disparity there, okay? And so the first thing we did was we got some money. Student government gave us some money. Coaches went on part-time and so on. But we knew in order to get equity the way we really needed to, we've got to go to the legislature. And I had lobbied some for people with disabilities. So I knew a few contacts. So what they told me was, well, in order to do that, you're going to have to prove the discrimination and the amount of money you need in order to not be discriminating. So the only way to do that was to put together a formula. And so what we did was this. We looked at all the requirements, and by the way, the descriptions that you've heard today are absolutely accurate. Things have to be fair. They have to be equal and so on. So what we did was we looked at I did first Florida State University to look at that. What are the men's budget? Every line item in their budget. And what we did was we took a look at, let's use player supplies as an example. For all of the men's budgets for player supplies, we added all that up and we got the average of the amount, okay? Now, the one thing we did that was controversial, but you keep in mind that we didn't have any money and we had to be reasonable about what we were going to go ask for, okay? So we gave football a deductible, okay, and added them in as the average of the other men's sports. And then we came up with what is the amount that we should be having for player supplies for women. And without getting into all of the detail about that, the bottom line is I had to do some covert stuff with a few people that were in the Board of Regents because the men did not want us to have all of the state universities' budgets for men's sports. So we had to get people to get them in a secret way. And so what we did was once we got all the men's budgets, we put the formula together for every state university in Florida. And I went to the two main people in the Senate and in the House that controlled, the big leader in the Senate, Dempsey Barron, the big leader in the House, Herb Morgan, and talked to them about this situation. And at the time, ERA was the big thing. And so when I walked into Dempsey Barron's office, he said, if you're in here to talk to me about the ERA, you can turn around and walk right out. And I said, no, I know you believe that there is equity out there. I know that that's your position, but I need to show you a place where there really isn't. And so I proceeded to show them the amount of money that the men were getting and the amount that the women were getting. And I told them, I said, look, back in whatever year it was, I can't remember now, but because that's 50 years ago, by the way, you all gave men money from the legislature to start their men's sports. So why aren't you doing the same thing for the women? And so when we put together the amount that was needed, just to give you an example, Florida State University went from 163,000 to 1.3 million. We also did the same thing for facilities. If the men had facilities, then we put in for the amount for facilities for women. Now, was it total equity? No, not really. But it was a very good start, and it was a huge, made a huge difference, let me say. I mean, we won 5 national championships for women in the next 3 or 4 years. Now, back then, remember, it was AIAW, Association for Intercollegiate Athletics for Women. The NCAA didn't want to have a thing, not one thing to do with women's sports, nothing. We had different rules. We were, we didn't recruit the same way they did. We allowed our athletes to work if they needed to. Some things like that we felt were better for, when I say we, I'm talking about AIW, was better for the student athlete, okay? Not the semi-professional athlete, but the student athlete. But what ended up happening over the years, because I ran for president of AIW at the time the NCAA was trying to take us over, because in my university, and mostly in Florida and others, did not want NCAA to take over women's sports. But they did, and I lost the election because they did take it over. So back then, I know when you look at now what is going on, you think we have a long way to go. Let me tell you, baby, you've come a long way. One of the things that, and that's not to say we don't have more to do, because we do, but one of the other things that was so frustrating for us is that we would win a national championship, and guess what? The media didn't even cover it. We never had any coverage, okay? So now, when I turn on the TV and I watch women's sports, I feel so excited, and I am so proud of the work that so many, and I am a pioneer. I mean, Lord knows how I got this old, I don't know. But I am, and I am a living pioneer. And I have seen a difference. And I do think that there are things that need to be done still, a lot of things. But don't you misunderstand the fact that young women now have an opportunity that they did not have back in 1977. I was an athlete and I did not have those opportunities. I wish I had, because I would have been a scholarship athlete. But now that opportunity is there for folks. I wanted to just remind folks also, if I could go back a little bit before that, there were a lot of women that were in physical education back then. The National Association of Girls and Women's Sports, those were the coaches of the teams that did travel. Those coaches worked for free. A lot of times they took money out of their own pockets to allow girls to travel. So I think we need to really give some accolades to those coaches that came prior to 1977, because they were the real pioneers.
Barbara, thank you. Thank you for everything you've done. That's incredible. It is really remarkable, but Nancy was pointing out, but it took 50 years. How long did it take once the process for the lobbying started? I'm just interested in that. How long did it take for it to really take hold and then for it to become law?
The interesting thing is, there was a lot of resistance that first year, except for the 2 champions that I told. And because they had so much power, this was going to pass. I mean, that's all there is to it. And I can't remember the total amount, but it was, I want to say, it was millions and millions, because it was for all the state schools, and millions also for the facilities that had to be built. So it was a significant amount. The first year, what we did was we went in for an amount of money where student government would be matched to give us some. So there was an amount of money for the very first year. The next year, when we did the real education when we really did this full court press lobbying and we educated people, is when we got the millions that went out there. And the interesting thing is, this is really hysterical back then and now, is the men that were afraid of this and had schools in their area that were like, they weren't, back then there were only like 3 big universities, University of Central Florida and South Florida, and those were not universities yet, they were colleges, okay? So the ones in West Florida, in North Florida, those schools were not like they are now. But the legislators that represented that area came in after we got all the money for the other schools and said, wait a minute, we want money for our women too. So they ended up adding more even the next year for those other schools. So it perpetuated itself for a while. But then, you know, quite frankly, the amount of money that that the state was putting in for women was a drop in the bucket as men's sports grew. Because I don't even know what the men's budget is now at Florida State University, but I'm sure it's way over 5 million. The women's is probably over 5 million at this point. Yeah. So anyway, it took about 3 years when we first started, but the money actually started flowing in 79, I believe. I believe it was 79.
Thank you, Barbara. So your message is very powerful for young women. Are you able to spread that word now?
You know, right now I'm doing something that is a life passion for me as well. You know, athletics was not only my passion, because it was something very personal, but it also was, it was a very, very good learning lesson. You know, when you're working with men like this, you've got to learn how to negotiate. You've got to learn how to do different things. And I truly believe through sports, women have been able to learn things that men have had all along. They're networking. You know, it doesn't matter what state you're in. If you played sports and you go to another state and you played basketball and you're doing a business deal and you find out that you were a basketball player, oh boy, I mean, there it is. You've got a link right there. And that's what's happening for women now, which I think is wonderful. And I can't remember what your original question was, but
I'm just wondering how you spread the word now, because you just had such a great message for young people and what they should, you know, that maybe they don't know your background, you know, and know what it was like in the 70s as a student athlete.
I'm asked from time to time to speak to different groups, and I do that whenever I can. But in Florida State has had me back, but not really. I'm not doing that. And my passion right now is I'm come full circle all the way around from where I was in 76 to where I am now, which is I run the Agency for Persons with Disabilities for the state of Florida. And so I have, 50,000 people right now that I'm trying to make sure that they're getting what they need. And my passion has always been public service and helping people that are the underdogs. And what a great place to learn was in athletics, because, it was a place where there were very few women, and lobbying, you know what? There were only a handful of lobbyists down there. I was one of the few women that was lobbying at the time. So I learned a lot of lessons that have served me well now in this, because I'm dealing with the legislature, the governor's office, all these things where I've learned through athletics and the things that I learned in athletics, how to do that.
Isn't that incredible? Thank you so, so much. Woo. Barbara Jo Palmer, everybody. It's incredible.
I wish I was there.
I wish you were too. I was supposed to give you a hug too. Yeah. From Marty Fiorentino. Sends his love.
Oh, I love him. Yes.
He's here in spirit. A fellow lobbyist. He apparently apparently knew her well back then. I asked my husband, so I'm showing him the names of the panelists. He goes, oh gosh. He goes, they're all awesome. He goes, Barbara, oh, you have to give her a hug. She goes, we go way back. So it makes a lot of sense, right? So what do you think, right? Yes. Nancy, do you have anything you would like to ask Barbara?
Yeah, well, it's not so much as ask, but I just want everybody here to notice what the philosophy was back when I was swimming and when she was the athletic director, which is not appropriate today. And I just want to get your feelings on that. Don't go anywhere. Oh, I'm on. When I saw it going like this, I thought it was her. Sorry. Is number one is it's okay for women to have opportunities so long as no man.
I found this on the web for his number one. Check it out.
Who did that?
I don't know what that was.
Okay.
Okay, hold that. You got it?
Yeah, it's okay for women to have equality so long as no man is ever hurt. Right? So it's sort of like we will allow, right? That's called sexism 101. So in my family, I had a son, and then 4.5 years later, we had twin girls. So and the way that we looked at it was, we didn't say, we don't have any money to pay for these girls because he's getting all of it. We looked at, we're a 5-person family, and we got to make sure that everybody gets treated equally. So in the same way that's how athletic departments need to start thinking. The second thing that was appropriate back in that age, but is not appropriate anymore, is this idea that women athletes are lucky for what it is that they have. We never tell men that what they have is they're lucky. You should be grateful because it's not equal. So if you go onto our website, title9schools.com, so again, I could pull up any school. I could pull up my school, right? But these gaps get added. Think about every school. At Florida State, they need to add 121 opportunities before they're giving women equality, which is about 5 teams, depending on the size of the team, right? Some teams are really big, like track and field or rowing, and some teams are really small. But 121, the scholarship gap at Florida State University is almost $4 million. Every single year, women are getting $4 million less in college scholarship dollars. So the law is there for them. So that's what Champion Women does. That's what we do, is we help get the party started, because if there's no pressure to get equality, there's not going to be equality. They're just going to keep right on going exactly the way that it is. The Department of Education is not doing it. We sent letters to every single legislator by state, and we showed them what every single school was doing in that state. And now the General Accounting Office is reaching out to us, asking us, like, how did you get these numbers? And so some of those legislators went to the GAO and said, look into this. Make sure all this numbers are accurate, and they are. And actually, I'd really like to thank Lori Day, who's here, who I know helped. Yeah, she's on the commission. Her daughter helped us, Chloe, helped us put the database and the website together. I made Chloe do like this torturous work of right now, if you go onto the database, and it tells you how many men and how many women, it actually counts in the women's category. Male practice players count as women. So if you have 10 men that are on the women's basketball team, say, and they just help out with practices, you want to get really tall people, everybody wants to work out with people who are better than they are. They actually count as women, so we take that number out, because they're not women, right? And so we take that number out, And then we do our data collection from there. So if you're wondering, how come I get different numbers than what Champion Women numbers, that's why. But, again, Duke University needs to add 100 opportunities, 4 teams. They need to add over $1 million, 1.2 million, right? It's not just Florida State. And where is the pressure going to come from so that women expect equality? When I started off in my remarks saying, do women athletes, current women, think that they're getting treated equally as what the men are getting? And they all say no, they are not. In every possible metric, whether it's facilities or one of the things that's really important to them right now is NIL, is making sure that they get promoted in the same way the men's team gets promoted, because that's money in their pocket that they're going to be able to use. So they want equal time on the website of the school. They want equal promotion of their games and their wins, and they're like she was just saying, national champions, and people didn't know about it.
All right, and don't you think this? I'm just You got me thinking here, and I'm thinking about how I grew up, and very fortunate. I feel like in a wonderful family, loving, the youngest of 6, and all girls, 1 boy. So my parents, who I thought were very progressive and open to new ideas and no sexism, nothing like that. No way. There's no. But if you think about it, it's interesting. My brother is the one they saved for college. And the rest of us, there was no college fund. I'm not complaining, never did, but it was interesting. So what happened? My brother took off and never went to college, and we bought, Mom and Dad put in a swimming pool. What? Yeah, and then the rest of us girls, we all went to college. We paid, I worked at a gas station. I mean, everybody worked, and Mom and Dad helped too when we moved to another city and went to the University of Oregon. But I got a diploma. My brother doesn't. It's fine. He's a lovely man. I love him so much. But you know what? He struggles though. Healthcare, you know what I mean? He has definitely had the rougher go of everybody. And I'm not blaming my parents, but it's interesting how I think as women, as girls, we're raised to we just don't really think about it. It was kind of, and this was definitely, I'm a product of the 60s, so it was kind of, we just accepted it and went on.
Right.
But you bring up a great point.
Right. So my job is to talk to her 18-year-old self and say, this is sexism.
Yeah. And I never would have thought that.
Yeah, right. Because, sexism is kind of like rain. So, it hits
It's not
everybody.
intentional.
And
it's not necessarily intentional. Well, it can be. Okay, you're right. And that's why we're here.
It's intentional a lot of times.
But it hits, sexism and racism are like rain. They hit everybody. And it's not until sort of something happens to you that you can sort of get the idea like, oh, I can't accomplish out of this. I can't be smart enough or ambitious enough or whatnot to be able to outrun, if you will, sexism. And, I just had a big birthday in April. I just turned 60. And I know you're all shocked. And
We are. It's not possible.
So,
It's not possible.
you guys, I've been doing this my entire career, and we are so far from equality. It's not even funny. Like, we got to get going here. We got to. I love my work. I can't imagine retiring. So I figure, 10, 15 more years of working, and that's then I'm going to have to hand it off. Those of you that are younger out there, you're going to have to do it, right? Because time is not going to handle racism and sexism. Time is not going to do it. We've got to be intentional about it. And the athletic department is such a good way of measuring how the school feels about women generally, because it's a very objective measurement that what women are experiencing right now at FSU, right now, They made decisions 15 years ago what they would be, how much scholarship dollars that women would be having today. Careers to stay in the workforce to, right? She showed that, like, sort of, right, you could have the hypothesis that people who went into sports, they were going to do well in life anyway, right? That, you know.
But isn't it also the discipline? Isn't it the constant,
Exactly.
yes.
What she showed is
improvement, betterment, time management.
Right, that only sports as an after-school activity had somebody out-predict what they would have done. Right, everybody has a prediction based on zip code, how much education parents have, how much money parents have, blah, 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 right? So if you take that prediction, that sport out-predicts it, right? Whereas being on the student government or being in the band or other after-school activities, those are great activities, but they don't out-predict, right? People just conform to what they would have done without those after-school activities. Sports out-predicts what somebody does. So that's another reason why when we're denying almost 200,000 women the opportunity to participate and stay in the workforce longer, have healthier pregnancies, less likely to get cancer, less likely to get diabetes, less likely to have heart disease, on and on, like mental health, physical health, professional lives, what it means for somebody to have that sports experience, it's a game changer. It changes the trajectory of a woman's life for the rest of her life.
And Nancy, one of the things that people don't look at a lot is Title IX also covers pregnant and parenting students. And we are required to provide simple things like lactation rooms to make sure that there's somewhere that they can go. If someone has just given birth and they have to, it's in the middle of a semester, we have to allow them to finish those academic classes without a financial penalty. If they have to take it incomplete, even if they have to withdraw from the class, when they re-enroll in the class, they are not supposed to pay for that class again because it is a medical condition. It is only pregnant women that we try to put extra burdens on. If someone says they have diabetes, we're falling over for whatever we can do to make sure we can keep their blood sugar levels up. But when people are pregnant, we want them to just go home and be quiet and get out of the way. And one of the problems that, one of the cases I had was actually with a young man who took time away when his wife gave birth. And some of his professors were trying to give him a hard time. They were like, well, students don't have paternity leave, and he told me he was going to miss class for paternity leave. Well, that's where we get into truth and accuracy. Yes, it is true. Students don't have paternity leave. That is only for employees. But Title IX says we have to make accommodations for parents, for people who are parenting, and that would include him as a father.
That's fascinating. I didn't know that. Eye-opening. Real quickly, if you have questions, yes,
please go ahead and raise your cards up, and we're going to come around and pick them up, and then we're going to, thank you. That's fantastic. What are the things that we could be doing now then? What could we be doing, and for Barbara as well? She's still with us, right? Okay, great. That we could be doing to make sure that this doesn't go away. Like Nancy says, time is of the essence. We can't just let this try to heal itself. It's not going to do it. So who wants to pick that one up?
This is Barbara. Can I comment?
Yes, Barbara.
Okay. I thought Nancy made a very good point about the fact that, you know, women should not be so grateful that they have these opportunities. And I've been saying that for a long time because they're entitled to these opportunities. And I do think that there is that feeling that's out there that, you know, they ought to be grateful, yes. But take a look at what the soccer team did. I mean, that was impressive, the way that they got equal pay and so on. And it was very well deserved. So my suggestion, and I remember what it was like back then in trying to get the data, the information together to be able to make a case. And that's what has to happen here. There's so many organizations that are behind this, and obviously I'm not in that right now, but there are organizations, and the truth of the matter is, if they get together and they come up with and I think she gave some good examples of some data that can be used about what it does to help people, their health and everything. But anyway, get the data together of what is the difference in what the women are getting now? What are the advantages that they're not getting because they're being denied? All of these things, I mean, you have to have the heartstring stuff as well as the facts. And you get that together and put together a lobbying tree nationwide and go lobby the heck out of this. I mean, it's not going to happen by each of these individual little groups yelling and saying, we need to have equity. We need to have equity. No, you got to show, how do you get it?
Exactly. Okay.
Well, actually, so plaintiffs, meaning the student athletes, it's not their job to tell the school, how do you create equality? It is their job to say, I expect equality. You're not giving it to me. Give it to me now. I'm entitled to it. You're giving me substandard locker rooms, substandard facilities. I want you all to go to any school that you've ever seen in your entire life and tell me if the if the baseball facility and the softball facility, that a 10-year-old would walk into those facilities and say those were equal. So it's the job of the athlete to say, you need to be providing equality. How you do it.
Nancy, let me interrupt you just for a second.
Yeah, go.
I do think that the student athlete has the responsibility to say the things you're saying. But I think the responsibility of correcting this wrong belongs on us, not the athlete. We need to be putting together a concerted effort with the data and the information that you've been talking about. I mean, we all can talk about these things and complain about the way it is and point out where the inequities are. We all can do that ad nauseum, okay? But you have to have a plan, and you have to have an action plan to make things happen. And it's not the responsibility of the athlete.
It's not it shouldn't technically be the responsibility of the athletes, but until, let's put the athletes aside. Where else is the pressure going to come from? In 2022, Lori Day's daughter was part of this big group. Chloe, she did an amazing job, was part of a big group. We sent letters to every single school, the president, the athletic director, the conference leader, right? We had a huge project where we sent out these letters. You know what it did? Nothing. Did it by telling athletic directors what the numbers were and how, we gave them a whole legal memo that if they had paid me, it probably would have been I don't know, 15,000 to write this legal memo.
Nancy, though, you're going to the wrong people with that because they're the ones that are threatened. You have to go to the decision makers, which are the legislature. It's the people that make the decisions. That's who has to have the data, because these guys that you're talking about are telling them the opposite.
Right.
You know,
So, yeah,
so the
no.
decision maker is not at that level.
Right. So we did that. We sent letters to every single legislator in both the House and the Senate, and we told them, we broke it out by state and said, in your state, here's the school, here's the number of opportunities they need to add, here's the scholarship dollars, and here's the recruiting dollars that they need to add. I'm hopeful, given that the GAO wants to know where we got the information, but just, you know, it really is going to take a concerted effort. The Department of Education, I don't think they're going to do it. I don't know, Congress, probably not. But if we can get 18 to 22-year-olds, build a community around them, we've already been wildly successful at Dartmouth, Stanford, University of Iowa, Michigan State, William and Mary, Fresno State University, San Diego State University, all of these universities that champion women, we worked with to get this community for them to ask for equality. We're not done.
One of the issues is some of the schools that do not have football or even major basketball have a much easier way to provide equity, and they should. I mean, they really should. They have no reason not to. But when you throw in football and basketball and even baseball in some areas, what happens is that they are revenue generating. They bring in all this money. It's almost like those schools are the ones that are not providing the equity you're talking about.
Okay, let me push back because I have the data. The data says that some of the worst schools for compliance are the Power 5 schools. The schools where all the money is, that have the football and the basketball programs.
That's my point.
University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill needs to add almost 400 women to its athletic department. They need to add $7 million to their college scholarships. It's not that they don't have the money. These are where they're rolling in the money. So in court, schools have tried over and over to try to exempt football and men's basketball and sometimes baseball from the Title IX calculations, and they failed every time. The legislature, the same thing. You've got very powerful coaches and presidents of universities that go to their legislature and say, let us carve these out. And it's failed every time. Why? Because football is an educational program or activity, and you cannot discriminate based on sex, period. It's not an excuse.
I'm not saying that you should carve them out at all. What I'm saying is that's where the majority of the discrimination is taking place.
Oh, that's not true. So we have the data. It's just not true.
I think what she's saying has been my experience, because I worked at an SEC school for 3 years, and the money that is spent on football, one of the ways that they try to get around giving equal money to the women's sports is they're saying, well, the boosters gave it earmarked for football.
Right.
And so if Mickey Mouse gave it earmarked for football, we have to give it to football. Now, the athletic director, you and I know, is supposed to then find that money to put on the women's side, but they're saying that they can't.
Okay, so you know how I started off my remarks by saying that, I'm getting riled up now, folks. Okay.
15 minutes.
Yeah, you know
minutes.
how I started off by saying, we had Brown versus Board of Education, then we had Title VI, then Title IX, right? So, Title VI prohibited a school from discriminating based on race, color, national origin. What that meant was a donor could not go and say, I'm going to build you this building so long as no people of color can go in that building. You can't do that under Title VI.
But it continued to happen.
Yeah, well, hold on, because sport is intentionally sex segregated, when you give to football, you're giving to men. So a school cannot, again, it's been tried in the legislature, in the Department of Ed, the agency, and in courts of law. They try to say that was donated, or that was sponsorship money, or that was ticket money, or it doesn't matter the source of the funds. Women and men who are students at that university are entitled to non-discrimination, regardless of the source of the funds. So all those revenue sources are they're not a pass. Women should get equality. And when we do this,
we're all agreeing with what you're saying. And I don't know why you're pushing back with what I'm saying. I'm just trying to say that the football schools and the major basketball schools are having the hardest time doing this because of a lot of different reasons. The other schools have no excuse. They have no excuse. They should be doing it immediately. And the football schools and the big basketball schools, there needs to be a concerted effort, whether it's in the NCAA or wherever it is, to zero in on where the real problem is. It's not just everywhere. It's really in these schools that have these big programs.
Barbara, thank you. And I hate to do this, but we only have 10 minutes left. We have so many questions from our audience, you wouldn't believe it. So I just didn't expect that. I'm so grateful to all of you. So this is going to, I'm sure one of them, the one I'm going to ask, is open up a huge can of worms. But there are several of you asked the same question. So what is the current discussion and advocacy for transgender athletes? And I know it's the elephant in the room pretty much, right? Going on right now. So let's keep our answers succinct, though. I think we have to stay sort of short.
Real quickly, so sports are sex segregated based on biology, not based on identity. Swimming had Leah Thomas, who swam for Penn, and then swam in the NCAA's, won an NCAA event. And so USA Swimming and our international governing body have now said, as soon as somebody experiences male puberty, that they cannot go compete in the women's category. They're not eligible to compete in the women's category. This is the 50th anniversary of Title IX, right? I had very specific ideas on what we were going to be doing this year, and Leah Thomas really threw everything up in the air. We have 400 Olympians, Paralympians, and national team athletes who have all signed on to our petition, which says, as between three values of sport, right? The first one is safety, right? Women are much more prone to getting concussions, even not just from direct hits, but they are especially prone to concussions from doing this, bang, right? Their neck muscles are nowhere near as strong. So safety. Two is equity. We very much want to be inclusive of, right, what we have done to make sure that lesbians in particular feel comfortable in women's sports. And then third is the idea of fairness, that you have category fairness, right? We have a ton of categories in sports. There's no bigger gap between performance in categories besides sex. In other words, when you look at, let's say weightlifting, okay, so whatever the weight is, and then you look at the next up category, and what's the difference in percentage of what, right, how much the category is? It's never what it is for male, female. That's the biggest gap, is in the category of men, women. It's between 10 for sports like swimming and track and field, and up to 50% when it requires explosive strength. We know what sports would look like if we just said, you know, anybody can try out. And it looks like the NFL, the NBA, the Major League Baseball, the National Hockey League. They're all male, not because there's discrimination against women, there is, but because women's bodies are perfectly made for what we do, right? Guys cannot do what we can do. I gave birth to an 8-pounder and a 7-pounder at the same time, right? We have unbelievable bodies that are designed very, like our hip width is different, our knee to the ankles is different. We have very different bodies, and right, we should respect and admire those differences rather than looking at them as sort of the B team.
Okay, do you want to take the next question?
Sure.
Let's do that.
Says, what has been your experience with new rules for dealing with sexual assault and harassment? Unfortunately, we have taken what should be legislation that applies to have students have a good experience, and we've made it a political issue. When the Obama administration put together their, quote, rules, they were guidance. So schools were able to take from that guidance what they wanted to use, and what they didn't want to use, they put to the side. When Betsy DeVos went through and redid the legislation, she did it in a way that made it law. We are now presented with a new set of rules from the Biden administration to try and go back to some of the things that the Obama administration had as guidance to make law. And not coincidentally, it's done in an election year. The problems from the guidance from the Obama administration and the law for Trump, the main problems were the changes in the definitions of what constitutes sexual assault, limiting it to the United States. Betsy DeVos got real tied on the language in the United States. And so that meant that we were not able to investigate claims of sexual harassment and sexual assault that occurred in study abroad programs, even though they were part of our activities and experiences, but because they did not happen in the United States. So we worked with our legal office so that we dismissed those cases under federal Title IX, but we were still able to investigate them under our university regulations, which said they were violations of our university code of conduct. Another thing that has been very difficult is live hearings. Women who are already on the fence about whether or not they want to report a sexual assault, and you explain to them that they are going to have to sit in a student hearing across from their accuser, a lot of times just don't want to be bothered. We found out that the state of Florida has a law that prohibits the police department from giving me the full police report. So we had some women on campus who were posting on social media that my office knew about sexual assaults and would not investigate them because they knew we got police reports. Again, it goes back to truth and accuracy. They asked the police, are you going to give a copy of this police report to EOI? And they said yes. The report I get is redacted so that it reads, on blank date, blank and blank, experience blank. There is no investigation I can do with that information. When I found that out, we were able to go and meet with all the sorority presidents and let them know, you have the ability to get your own police report. So if you get a copy of your police report and send it to me, then I can investigate. So a lot of times it's our language. We have women who will say, it usually comes from the professors. Someone will miss a test, someone won't turn in a paper, they'll write their professor an email and say, I wasn't able to do that paper, I was sexually assaulted at the beach, and I've gotten behind. The professor then has to notify me, for us to put supportive measures in place. And then when I talk with the student, it's, well, I was on the beach and I was at a club and this guy grabbed my behind. Well, while that is not something that should happen, that is not sexual assault. And so then it's a whole different set of rules and regulations that have to apply. So now I've got to, because I've called my boss, who's notified the president, who's notified marketing, so we have all these people on alert and campus police, and now I got to call them back and say, oh, it was sexual misconduct, but it wasn't sexual assault. Then the next time I call them, they aren't as eager to move because they're like, well, do we know it's really that? So the main problem that we have is that we have got to let our legislatures know that this is not a political issue. This is an issue of safety. And one of the, oh, I'm sorry. No, I was just saying, one of the ways that I'm able to work with my students is because 1 in 5 women are sexually assaulted or attempted sexual assault as a freshman, and I was 1 in 5. And 1 in 5 Black women are raped as adults. I was 1 in 5. And so I'm able to talk to them from a place of someone who has moved from victim to survivor, so they know it's possible, so they know you can get your life back, you can be productive, and you can smile again.
You're incredible.
Oh my gosh. Oh. All right, we don't have much more time. I did have one more question, but do you think we could throw it in there real quick? It's just, it's not, you know, none of these are quick answers, but Barbara, I want to ask you, or one of our attendees asked, Ms. Nancy talks about equality, Ms. Barbara talks about equity. Can this terminology be misleading? Do you want to weigh in on that?
Oh, yes, but I think we all know what we're talking about. We're talking about fairness. I mean, we're talking about whether you say equity or equality. To me, Nancy and I are actually talking about the same thing. The reason she's so fired up is because she lives this every day.
Right.
And I totally understand where she's coming from. And I really appreciate, by the way, Nancy, I appreciate so much what you do every day because you're helping so many people. Yes.
And Marlon.
And I have to say, the feeling is mutual. Thank you so much for really being out there in the front when it was so much more hostile than it is now. Thank you.
I don't know if it was more hostile. It might have been, you know, they were a little more ignorant. They just didn't know anything. But I think equity, we all know what we're talking about, and that is women should not be, as you said, we shouldn't have to be thankful for something that we're entitled to. And that's the bottom line.
Interesting perspective. And
One quick thing with equity and equality, they are different. Where I see them being different the most is the work I do with persons with disabilities. And sometimes we have to treat them differently in order for them to be able to have an equal experience. So if someone breaks their arm and they can't take notes and they need a note taker so that they'll be able to study for their class, no, we're not giving all students note takers, so we are treating them differently. But we're treating them differently so that they can get the same experience that everybody else has in being able to take those notes. So they are different, but sometimes it's necessary for them to be different.
Well, I totally agree with that. This is what I do every day. And that's called special accommodations. And yes, they need to be accommodated so that they can live the life just like anybody. Because people are people first.
Yes.
Regardless of their disability. It's actually, they have special abilities.
thank you, Barbara. And
Yeah, just real quick. So equity, the difference between equality in the athletic department means that the athletic department doesn't need to be a mirror image of whatever the men's department is. So if men want to play football and women want to instead have 4 different teams that equals this one team, they can do that. They can have a lacrosse and a soccer and a swimming and a track and field team. The number of athletes is the same as over here, right? So that's equity.
thank you.
I want to thank all of you for being here and thank our panelists. Of course, Nancy Hogshead Makar, Barbara Jo Palmer, and Marlon Jones. Thank you so much for your insight. Thank you for what you do every day.
And I'd like to thank Mary Bear here for
yes,
moderating
thank you.
all of us. Thank you very much.
It's my honor. Thank you.
Before these wonderful women leave the stage, I just wanted to make note, you know, the Florida Commission on the Status of Women, one of the things we do is administer the Florida Women's Hall of Fame each year. And I couldn't let this pass. I just wanted to mention that Barbara Jo Palmer was in our first induction class in 1982, and her picture hangs in the state capitol. And I also wanted to recognize that Nancy is one of the 10 finalists for induction this year. We're waiting for the selections from Governor DeSantis, but we appreciate you for all of your hard work. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Okay, so I want to go back to what we were trying to do this morning, and hopefully we'll get some technology to work real quickly before we go to lunch. All right, so take out your phones, and we're gonna see if we can go to the slideshow. We're gonna make this work one way or another. And I can tell you that our technical crew in the back is doing a yeoman's job of making everything work. So take out your cell phones for me, and start a text message. What I'd like you to do is text to the number 22333. Just like it was a phone number, 22333. Is the slideshow still not gonna work? Okay, well, we'll wait on that. I do apologize. We were trying to get a little bit of American Idol in here and have folks participate, but we'll come back to that. So now it is time for lunch. Before we have our speaker come up here, if you all would like, we have a little bit of a buffet, some sandwiches and salads and drinks, and we want you to take this time to talk about what you just learned, what you heard, and just share some stories at your table. And in a little bit, we will introduce our keynote speaker for this afternoon. Thank you. Hello, everyone. I hope you're enjoying your meals. We're going to go ahead and get started with our luncheon program. We're going to make a few announcements. First of all, we are going to do a little bit of a drawing in just a few minutes. You each should have a red ticket by your place. If you don't, make sure you have one because you'll want that later. And now I'm going to invite the chair of the commission, Sophia Eccleston, to come and make a few quick introductions.
Thank you, Kelly. So usually we would do this in the mornings, but we wanted to make sure we had everyone in the room. So if I could get all the commissioners who are here to please stand and be recognized, all the commissioners from the Florida Commission on the Status of Women. Thank you. Do we have any commissioners from any other commission who's in the room? If you are, can you please stand? Thank you. I need my glasses for this one. Oh, and we have a former commissioner who is here, and former chair of the commission. Please stand. Thank you. So we have a few elected officials in the room that we wanted to recognize. We have from the Florida Senate, Senator Audrey Gibson. Please stand and be recognized. We also have from the Jacksonville City Council, Georgette Dumont. Please stand and be recognized. And from the St. Johns County School Board, we have School Board Member Kelly Barrera. Please stand and be recognized. And we have from the Ponte Vedra Women's Civic Alliance, we have Lori Wells, who is with us. Please stand and be recognized. And we also have the president of the Women's Business Owner Alliance, Tracy Phillips. Please stand and be recognized. Thank you. So welcome to all our guests. And with that, I am going to turn it over to our commissioner, Claudia Thomas, who is going to introduce our lunchtime speaker.
Good afternoon. It is truly an honor for me to introduce you to our distinguished keynote speaker, Donna Orender. Donna has been at the forefront of women's professional basketball, dazzling audiences as a high school, collegiate, and professional basketball player. She utilized her expansive experience as a proven and respected senior vice president with the PGA Tour to go on to lead the Women's National Basketball Association as its president. While serving as president, she helped increase game attendance numbers and television exposure, amongst other notable accomplishments. Donna is the founder of Orender Unlimited, which provides marketing, media, and diversity strategies consulting services. Donna is also a celebrated author, having written several books, including Wowsdom, The Girl's Guide to the Positive and Possible. She counts among her greatest achievements, besides, of course, her adoring husband and 4 children, her founding of Generation W, a platform for bringing women together to educate, inspire, and connect through mentorship. Donna gives generously of her talent, time, and effort to promote gender equity and empowering girls and women. Her passion, sincerity, and integrity have earned her respect, admiration, and numerous accolades and recognition, including being named by Fox Sports Network as one of the top 10 most powerful women in sports and Newsweek's top 100 most influential people in sports. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to Donna Orender.
Am I using this or does this work? Wait, hold on. Hello? Let's try this. Hello. How's everybody? I always like to take a picture. Hi, everybody smile. Hold on. Very good. Do not leave my phone here. Good. How's everybody doing? Nancy in the panel, I saw everyone. That was a great conversation, right? So nice to be here. Women of Florida, women of the Northeast region. I want to thank our local commissioners, Claudia, who called me first and asked me if I would be able to do this. And I said, I'll do everything I can to do that. Thank you, Lori Day, who's been a friend for so long and such an advocate for all of us forever. I didn't see if Abby Bean was here. If she is, I just wanted to make sure we said hello. But the entire commission, for your tireless work on all our behalf, thank you so much. My team that is here from Generation W, there's Katie and Dawn over there, and I believe Bridget and Tracy are somewhere. I asked, if they're outside, somebody should tell them to come in. Girls, come on in. Come in. There they go. They wanted to make an entrance. That's fine with me. Before I start my official remarks, I just wanted to recognize the historic nature of this day as Queen Elizabeth II was brought back to London to lie in state. It's not about politics. This is about an incredible woman who for 70 years sat on the throne. But when you think about it, a young woman who was brought to the world stage and grew up in front of all of us for 70 years. You know, more than just a queen, she was a mom, and she was a wife. And all of us know that that can be messy. Think about how lucky we are that every single travail that we had to take with our young kid or old grown-up sons didn't have to be on TV or parsed on the news. And yet she did it with such grace and such dignity, and her commitment to service, I know for me, I found very inspirational. And I'm kind of sad. I am. And so I just offered this moment of tribute to her today as we bid her farewell. Because I do think she is a forever role model that will go down in history as one of the most remarkable women that we've ever seen. And I'll add a bit of levity to this sad time. I received a cartoon recently, and it said, I can't believe they're going to make a man queen. This woke nonsense has gone too far. So I'm appreciative of the invitation to join you today. A day of women coming together is something for anyone who knows me is a day I always cherish. And why is that? Because what happens when women come together? We eat. But besides that, magic. You see, for my whole life, whether it be on the softball or hockey fields or the basketball or the tennis courts, being surrounded by girls who loved to play, who wanted to win, who learned how to dig in and compete like Nancy Hogshead Maker, was and remains magical. It grounded me in the belief that when women come together, we are difference makers. We are magic makers. And it's one of the first things we ask our WOW girls, our teen girls, is how many of you believe you can change the world? And because I fundamentally believe that we are all teen girls at heart still, I will ask you, how many of you believe that you can change the world? Because you know, thank you, Sophia, thank goodness you're our lead commissioner, because you're shaking your head yes. You are changing the world. There's no doubt about it. We all do every day, whether it's a small act of kindness, large acts of conviction and courage. Change is always within our purview. And we all can for sure, because I do believe that it's incremental steps that creates exponential change, right? Anybody work out? You add 1% more, right? You do 10 push-ups. All right, you start with 5. Okay, you start with 1. You know what? You can add 1 more. Guess what? And then you add another one. And by the time you turn around, it's pretty significant. My exposure to the power of sports showed me there truly is a magic carpet ride where opportunities and possibilities are nurtured and grown. And yet I knew at a very young age that as much as I loved the playing fields, I knew that it was not a level playing field. And how great was that conversation with Nancy and Mary, right? Barbara Jo and Marilyn. We all knew it. We didn't give it voice, we were young. But what I knew is I wanted what the boys had. I didn't say it then because that sounded terrible, but it's what I wanted. I knew they had access. I knew they had resources. I knew they had adulation and opportunity. You see, because the world tells us every single minute of every single day, yes, young women and young men, who is worth more and who is worth less. Think about it. Access to fields, courts, equipment, money, respect, attention. In the broader business world, access to, whether it be the corner office, more money, higher pay, better titles. And if you want to hear me talk a little bit more about this, I did a TED Talk a couple of years ago, and I go into greater detail. But that's not the conversation today per se, but check it out if you can. But thankfully, there was a game changer. And it came around 50 years ago, and you know what it was called now, right? I thought I actually was speaking before Nancy and her group, but now that I know after, you all know the answer, and it's called Title IX. And you guys, Nancy, thank you, as you always do whenever I'm anywhere in the country and I'm speaking somewhere, there's always some fact I have to check. Nancy's the human fact checker. I even sent her a note this morning. She sent me paragraphs. You can say this, and you can say this, and you can say this. But you fired it up. And you fired us up about 38 words, because I don't think Nancy went over this, that changed the trajectory of all of our lives. In '72, it was an education bill, and I think you talked a little bit about that. But here's the words. And it's funny, because I read these to my husband this morning, and he goes, "Thank you, honey. You taught me something today. And you well know that I think I know everything." For those of you who know MG Orender, that's true. It goes like this: no person in the United States shall, on the basis of sex, be excluded from participation in, be denied the benefits, or be subjected to discrimination under any education program or activity receiving federal financial assistance. Do you notice that there's no reference to sports, and there's all a story behind that? But what it says is under any education program or activity receiving federal financial assistance. Bingo! Title IX was all about bringing women into the game. That's what it grew into. And the games of life. It validated girls like me, like Nancy, and how many of you who played sports when you were young, or your daughters are playing sports now, or your granddaughters. It created opportunities to play in numbers we had only hoped for, but now are realizing, and we also know, need to be much better. So many people have Title IX stories, and I've been celebrating for months. Any of you have Title IX stories? Huh? Yeah, of course. We should share them. But here's one of my favorites. The first day, I'm sitting at my desk in New York City as the new commissioner of the WNBA, the Women's National Basketball Association. And my phone rings. And my assistant says, "This is a very special call, Donna. The co-author of the legislation, the father of Title IX, Senator Birch Bayh, is on the phone for you." And I'm like, come on. Is it your cousin? Didn't your friends do that to you? It was Senator Birch Bayh. And I was so touched. 33 years after he introduced the bill on the floor, he reached out to me. He wished me luck, and he reminded me just how important the work was we were doing at the WNBA. Leading a business that featured strong women athletes that used their elbows and sweat, and most importantly, by their presence, made the statement that they belonged. Actually, a statement for all of us, that we all belong. And he knew it was hard. It wasn't until I hung up and had a few minutes to think about it and reflect that I felt the weight of the responsibility that he was conveying about the importance of Title IX and the responsibility that I had. And truthfully, I think Nancy said it. Actually, the responsibility that we all have to fulfill the mission of equal opportunity. Let me say that again. It's the responsibility we all have. Because as we know, Marilyn talked about legislation, different leaders, it comes and goes. We gotta make sure that this does not come and go. I loved what Senator Bayh said when he introduced the bill. And I've read it so many times, and each time I get a little crick in the back of my throat. He said, while the impact of this amendment would be far-reaching, it is not a panacea. It is, however, an important first step in the effort to provide for the women of America, which would include us in Florida, by the way, something that is rightfully theirs. An equal chance to attend the schools of their choice, to develop the skills they want, to apply those skills with the knowledge that they will have a fair chance to secure the jobs of choice with equal pay for equal work. By him saying that, we hear that we didn't have those opportunities. Sports now is in the forefront of helping lead that way. Leading the WNBA, when I did, we were on the leading edge of commerce and culture, and I learned firsthand how the world felt about women. I had just left working 17 years at the PGA Tour. I worked for men, and I worked with all men. I guess I was in kind of a bubble. So I can't even tell you when I had to learn about the good, and there was so much good. But there was bad, more bad than I thought. And there was a fair share of ugly. But investments that have been made over time has continued to propel women's sports forward, like the work of champion women and women in general forward. I watched the WNBA finals last night on prime time on ESPN. Did anybody else watch it? All right, ladies, that's one of the ways that we can help support each other. When women's sports are on or where they are, we need to buy tickets and we need to watch. And there was a lot on last night. I had a Zoom on with Condoleezza Rice and the Stanford people. They're encouraging young athletes. I don't know if you've seen this, Nancy. Young athletes across the country to get engaged and vote. They're not telling you who to vote, just to get engaged and vote. So Condi did it, and Steph Curry did it, and then I had the game on in the back. And it's our 26th season, and I still say our. Because I've so been proud to be part of the process that enabled this league to be part of a women's sports landscape that continues to gain momentum. I'll throw out another couple initials, maybe. The NWSL, the Women's Soccer League, the World Surf League, which I proudly serve on their board, where we are so proud that we pay equally our men and women champion surfers. The finals just happening with, oh my God, Steffi Gilmore, with Stephanie coming back and winning her, I think, 9th? Okay, I should know this, but I didn't write it down. Women's softball earning record ratings, record purses for the LPGA, and we're actually doing a Links to Leadership class for 50 up-and-coming professional women golfers called Links to Leadership. And yes, the gaps are still considerable, but we must celebrate if we're gonna have the energy to move forward, because it can be draining. And there's more to come, and I think you heard Nancy and her colleagues speak about that. I also wanted to share, I see that. The expansive Title IX is a gift to us all. As beautifully stated by Representative Patsy Mink. I don't know if everybody remembers Patsy. She was a congresswoman from Hawaii. And she was considered the godmother of Title IX. And she said, I love her words too, I suppose the purpose of my bill is really to free the human spirit, to make it possible for everyone to achieve according to their talents and wishes. Who doesn't want that? I don't care who you are or where you're from, what your gender is, your race, your ethnicity. We all want to grow up and feel that possible is before us and we can live into it. Free the human spirit. As a girl, I loved to play sports. I played 7 in high school, and I know Bridget, my colleague, she loved to play sports too. A former collegiate athlete, a former professional athlete, a sports league executive, a commissioner, the founder of a not-for-profit that's all about educating, inspiring, connecting women and girls, Generation W, and of course, I must add, a mom of athletes. The power of sports to elevate, to inspire, to challenge, to teach us something all should have access to in equal measure. I always loved this observation, and I alluded to it earlier, that messages are about as much as what we don't say as we do. There are messages of silence that scream, such as only 1% of commercial sponsorship dollars in sports are spent on women's sports. Think about that. Do we wonder why there is a pay gap? Where my whole payroll of my entire league equaled the pay of one mid-league exception in the NBA? We all need to come together, right? However, because I have to tell you, my spirit was and continues to be elevated by the possibilities that happen when we team up. Because ladies, hello, no big secret, not a hidden statistic, we are the majority of the population. And there is power in numbers if we make it so. You see, I truly believe life is a team sport, and I talk about that a lot. And we're all connected in this ultimate game of life. And when we win big together. And the victories that we help drive when we stand up together create impact for all. It's not only impact for our daughters, it's impact for our sons, for our partners, for our husbands, our colleagues, our neighbors, and lest we forget, and yes, we do leave this always to the end. How about ourselves? You see, if we don't prioritize ourselves, who will, Tracy? Who will? For the record, I'm the mom of sons, right? I know we have girl dad. I guess I'm boy mom. And the delight that I felt when my sons would show up to WNBA games at Madison Square Garden in New York City with their Little League teammates and chase down those athletes for their autographs. They still have those books. They're 25 years old now. They were 8 at the time. In their drawers. Why? What were we showing them? We were speaking loudly that these women were not worth less than, right? That they were worth a lot and had a lot of value. And as many of you know, I worked as a senior executive for the PGA Tour. And when I got the call to go to the WNBA, after a long deliberation, I thought, 17 years working with these guys, it's probably time for a change. How hard could it be? I love basketball. Still do. I played on one of the best teams in the nation. We made history by playing in the first game ever at Madison Square Garden. I played in the first women's professional league, another historic moment. And just think about it. I distilled it, right? Don't you distill it? You make a column. Okay, small ball, big ball. No problem. It's a ball. All right? I was going from outdoors, where I had to worry about rain, to indoors. No weather problems. No problem. And I'd still be dealing with athletes, so how hard could it be? But I will tell you that nothing prepared me for the harsh judgments, the bias, the sexism, the racism, the questioning of our right to exist. I still cannot look Stephen A. Smith in the eye today, although I did have this opportunity. I was in Cleveland for the All-Star game, and he was at the next table. Remind me, next time I see him, do not avoid it. Take it head on. Who are you to question whether we have the right to exist? But the joy of working on behalf of amazing athletes, strong women who follow their passion and play and make a difference was all I needed to make a lifelong commitment, truthfully, to the advancement of women. A community that strengthens all of its members is a stronger community. That's why we're here today. And using the analogy of sports, don't we want everyone on our team, on the court, on the bench, to be ready to play, to be ready to lead? Don't we want the best players? And why would anyone believe that the best players only come from one gender or race or ethnicity, for that matter? There is no monopoly on talent. When research shows that ROI for companies is enhanced by the increased diversity in the decision-making process as America changes, we all win when we help lead that change. Like Angela Timberlake, right over here, who's leading Elevate Women right here in Jacksonville, positioning and supporting women to lead. It's great work, Angela. Today we're living in a global competition. So when the need and reach for talent pits Jacksonville, it's not against Orlando, it's against Shanghai. And it's not Miami, it's Miami against Delhi. Why would we ever take the field while accessing only 50% of the talent? You see, we have to use our voices, we have to stand up, we have to take action. We are Florida's women. So for me, this work has led to building community, and my answer to fortifying opportunity for all is called Generation W. It's about educating, inspiring, connecting women and girls in the service of building community. And after leaving the WNBA, I came back home here and said, what am I going to do? But what I know is that there are great women everywhere. And there's enlightened gentlemen who knew they too stood to gain if we all worked together. So Generation W began as heart work, and it remains hard work. But it is a love language that has and continues to change lives here in our region and across the country. Our National Thought Leadership event draws people from over 30 states to right here at UNF at the beautiful Lazara Theater. So please, this is an open invitation to join us. Write it down. There's a little note on your table, March 24th, where we'll be gathering to talk about the positive and the possible. And why? Because we know we're living in challenging times. And we need to see what is possible. We need to realize, we need to regenerate, revitalize our belief and hope of what we can do and be inspired by the multiple paths to what's possible. So Generation W, I'm looking around this room. I took pictures. You thought it's just because I wanted to have them. I know who you are. And we do hope to see you there. But the positive and the possible is also the foundational teaching of our work with our teen girls called Generation WOW. And Generation WOW is where the leaders of tomorrow meet the leaders of today. And on November 1st, right here, back in that theater, we will pay it forward, and maybe you'll join us and mentor a young woman, go on a mentor walk. We'll have over 600 plus Northeast Florida teen girls for an amazing session of energy, positivity. It's where girls come together with women to build confidence and leadership skills, to feel seen and heard and loved. You will thank yourself for saying yes. Remember earlier, you have to take care of yourself. I've had women say, you know, I came from the girls, but the truth of the matter fact, I really came from me, and that's okay. Because over 20,000 girls from across the state and beyond are being touched by this program, our clubs and events. And next week, we're so excited. We're going to Portland, Oregon, and we'll be bringing WOW to 900 teen girl athletes, part of the Portland Interscholastic League as part of their public schools, and we cannot wait. You see, we're celebrating 10 years of the WOW of WOW, where the WOW of girls unites with the wisdom of women, and Wowsdom. You get that? WOW and wisdom. You got that. I know you got that. Wowsdom. It's the Girl's Guide to the Positive, Possible. It's a book that we wrote when we saw how the electric energy of girls and women coming together was so palpable. And I think a few of you, there's going to be some kind of drawing. We'll get to take it home. And you could be like my 85-year-old mom who reads of shoe stories every night. And she calls me and says, Dawn, I'm crying. I'm like, Ma, why? What's wrong now? I'm just inspired and I'm motivated and I feel hopeful about a world where women and girls are making a difference. So by the way, it's not only for the young girls, but it's for the girl in all of us. And our team is outside, so if you'd like to either order a book or have one signed, I'd be happy to do that. And also later today, we will be revamping after a summer vacation. We do one other thing called Refresh. It's about refreshing your spirits. Who here doesn't need a refresh every couple of weeks? Every couple of hours? Every couple of minutes? It's a Zoom cast that we do. We have incredible women, and sometimes men as well, to engage in community, great conversations with women. It's open, it's warm. Today we will have Shari Crammon, the former Chief Marketing Officer of Winn-Dixie, but she actually is at Marks & Spencer. She's British. It's kind of appropriate today that we'd have a British woman talking to us about leadership. So before I go, let's do this team thing together. You guys ready? Okay, good. So I think life is a team sport. If you had a quiz on, something I said, that would be right. So everyone either, I know it's COVID, you can either touch elbows or link your arms around the table. If you'd want to stand up, you can. Go ahead. Whatever you choose. I mean, this is, America in 2022. Link your arms. Okay, really. So let me say this. Title IX is the unleashing of the possible of opportunities, dreams, and realized. It's enabled our work, Generation W and WOW, to flourish and grow, and it's the embrace of the strength of women and men and all benefit. This is the picture I want. Remember what Patsy Ming said, it's the unleashing of the human spirit. Okay, you ready? You ready? Hang with me now. When we unleash our human spirit, and when we do this, we deepen our belief in each other. And when we do, what do? We rise. So I'm going to ask you again. When we deepen our belief in each other, and when we do, what do? We rise. Good. And when we expect the best from each other, what do? We rise. When we believe in ourselves, what do? and we forge our courage to be active participants in our own stories, what do? We rise. Yes, we rise. And though we may fall, just remember, there is a woman right next to you who is ready to pick you up. At Generation W, we believe that when you elevate women and girls, you elevate us all. And when we elevate us all, you know what happens. Thank you very much.
Wasn't that wonderful? Can we have another round of applause for Donna? Thank you for all the work you're doing. Could I please have Commissioner Kuntz come join me? We're going to do, Mr. Commissioner Merlin. So, the surprise that we had for you this afternoon with the little red tickets, we have some books we're going to give away. So everyone find your ticket. We're going to do a little bit of a drawing here as door prizes. And you can go home with Donna's book. So I'm not looking. Does it? Oh, are you still? Do we have them all? Okay. Well, wait a second. I think I surprised them a little bit early. Sorry about that. Well. Okay. Well, must be present to win. Must be present to win. Okay, the first number, I think I'm just going to read the last three, is 585. Who has 585? Woo! Go ahead and we'll get them. They're going to be right out at the table, and we'll go out there. What's that? We'll do the next. We'll get those to you. Sorry about that. I should have brought them in here. All right, the next number is 588. If you can just, at some point, we'll just have you go out to the table and pick up your book. All right, we have a new number, 627. 62. All right, we'll cancel that one. 650. Yay! 620. Okay. 647. Need to shake that up a little bit. Wow. 592. Who has? How many do we have? No. How many tickets have we done? Yay! Okay. 580. 580. Woohoo! Congratulations. 629. Yay! Commissioner Thomas. 622. 622. Yay! I think we'll do one more. Okay. We'll do this one and one more, and that's it. So, the next number is 596. 596. We have a winner back in the table over there. Last one. 602. 602. Well, thank you so much for everyone who won a book. If you would just go to the table out in the lobby and show them your ticket and claim your prize. So now I'm going to ask Commissioner Day, and we'll go on with our next presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. Donna, thank you That was amazing. That was a great message. And I'm just delighted to see all of you. And I'm grateful to be here and that we're right in my home city. I'm Lori Day, for those I haven't had a chance to meet yet. I am the vice chair and a commissioner, local, for the Florida Commission on the Status of Women. And corporately, I am on the leadership team for a company called CGI Technology. I really appreciate the opportunity to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Elizabeth Goldsmith. One of the key priorities for the commission is that we listen to the women of Florida to understand what issues are most important to them in their homes, careers, communities. And by far, the #1 concern for women in Florida is economic security. So kind of think about that for a minute and what we've just gone through and how the aftermath of the COVID-19 pandemic, how that exacerbated that issue all by itself. So today we're delighted that Dr. Goldsmith traveled from Tallahassee to come here in our fair city and be with us to share her insight on the post-COVID economy and its specific impact to women. I'd like to tell you a little bit about Liz, and I had the opportunity to have dinner with her last night, so I hope it's okay to use your preferred name. Delightful conversation. She's really amazing. And aside from the many white papers published that she's done and awards that she's won, she's a professor at the true sense of the matter of helping others. And she's at the Florida State University College of Health and Human Sciences. And she's been there and she's been focused on teaching family resource management. You think, what is that? Family resources. What is the key resource for your family? Economic security, right? And how you do that. And so she has taught that for 3 decades. And in doing so, she was also a White House presidential domestic advisor during the Clinton administration on women and girls' economic education. So you can tell just by a little bit of this background that she's deep into helping and serving in a way that equips others. While being a government advisor and a researcher throughout her career, her real passion is truly to be able to help others navigate their economic journey, even when the path is uncertain. And we've certainly, I think all of us felt that in so many ways, particularly lately over the last 2.5 years, of what does the path look forward. So without further ado, I would like to ask everyone here to give us a warm Duval welcome to Dr. Elizabeth Goldsmith. Do we have a way to clip the mic? All you. Thank you.
Well, hello again. And been at Florida State forever, but I also taught at the University of Alabama, University of Wyoming, Virginia Tech, all sorts of places. So FSU is my home, and this guy's going to try to attach it. I think we're good. Sound good? Yes? Now, I'm not a professional entertainer, I'm a professor, right? So y'all, take what just happened, raise it up, take what just happened in stride, right? All right. Okay, well, thanks for the introduction. And I write books when I'm not public speaking. And I am semi-retired from FSU, so you can always find me in Tallahassee and with Kelly Skibba, who wanted me to talk today. And I've been doing talks on and off for the commission for about 20 years. In fact, I think I predate Kelly. And one of the best things that happened to me, I was asked last minute at Florida State to come on a Saturday morning. This is after being tired all week teaching. And my classes were always like 200 or 300. So you look really normal to me. I didn't have real small intimate classes. I had big ones, okay? So when I was speaking, and Kelly was sitting with, or her predecessor was sitting with, it turned out a White House advisor was in the audience. Now, you don't know who's sitting here right now, right? And she turned to the person next to me and said, "We need Liz in Washington." Isn't that cool? And it was so long ago, I mimeographed the handout. How old is that? Can anybody remember those machines? All right. So, and then the people next to her said, "Should we tell Liz what you just said? We need her, and we're going to call her." No, let her be surprised. So I get a letter in the mail from the White House, and I already been up there a few times for other things, but not for policy. And I couldn't believe it. I thought, what do they want now? Guess what? Women and girls' economic education. Because during the Clinton years, which were very good economically, forget what we're going through now for a minute. We were getting the internet, we were getting email. 80s were great. All my students got 1 million job offers. It was exciting. So what they wanted to do during the Clinton administration that was never advertised, I didn't know about it, was try to get everybody as much as possible off welfare and into the workforce because there were so many jobs. Like, this is the time to get people working. And we're gonna look at transportation, we're gonna look at childcare, whatever's holding them back, and I was called in to help. So it was real exciting. So I've been in and out of Washington ever since. And I write textbooks when I'm not doing this sort of thing. So the consumer economics book is 2021, and it's out of England, and I'm going there in a few weeks. So Taylor and Francis, I'm not holding it up to sell the books because they're textbooks, but these days, you can go on Amazon.com, put Elizabeth B. Goldsmith in books, and you can read the first chapter for nothing. Did you know that? I'm in book clubs. I start all my books that way. And there's nothing I can do. It's copyrighted. I don't even know how it's possible. And this one I finished in April, and it just came out. And this is the Family Resource Management. And I told the company I wanted a dog on the cover besides the family. Why is that? What's happened in the last few years? Pets like crazy, especially dogs, right? And that's part of the budget. Dogs cost us over $1,000 a year, feeding them and veterinarian, right? And everybody's looking at me saying, way more than that, Dr. Goldsmith. So anyway, that's where some of my material comes from, and you can look both up, and it's not a problem. Okay, so who's this Jerome Powell? Do you know who he is? Jerome Powell, Federal Reserve Chair. Now, when he comes on the television set or wherever, pay attention. Some people say he's more powerful than the President of the United States because what he says, and if he raises an eyebrow, pay attention, okay? Now, I've been in the Federal Reserve too, but lately in Barron's, he said the following. This is last month. He's talking tough on inflation. Stocks listen, falling sharply, ups and downs. So the main thing to take away from this talk today is the economy is on a roll. It's up and it's down. It's up and it's down. And I couldn't look at it today because I've been at the meeting, so I don't know what it's doing today. But it's pretty wild what's going on. So if you're feeling a little unsure what to do with your money, you probably should be. But I'm going to give you some guidelines as far as what I know what's going on. But it's rolling like I haven't seen in a long time. Now, the guy who wrote the article about Jerome Powell, and this was in Barron's, said he realized to his horror, his wife and I have over 10 streaming video subscriptions, and I might be undercounting. So a new part of the family budget is the cell phones, but also the streaming services, right? Now, do you know how many of those you personally have? Amazon Prime, Disney, Netflix, right? Okay, so one of my solutions, and Kelly said, Liz, keep it real. So this is keep it real. Look out for those recurring costs that creep up. So sure you want to see that one film they're offering, but do you really want to sign up for a year? Okay? So kind of watch anything entertainment-wise, especially that you sort of like, try it out, but if it's a test subscription, drop it, okay? Use it for a month, drop it. They'll make it easy to sign up, hard to drop, right? So you gotta kind of keep aware of recurring costs, and these can be to charitable places. I feel bad saying that. Food subscriptions, a lot of people are getting those boxes and they realize they're throwing half of them out. So maybe those boxes come into the home, just not working for you so much anymore. So regroup on all that. Netflix, realizing this, is saying, hey, in November, we're gonna offer advertising on our shows, and then your subscription will be a reduced rate. Well, once you start getting advertising on your Netflix, isn't it just like cable TV or anything else, right? But I size it up. They offer that, say, maybe that fits me, or maybe that's gonna drive me crazy, okay? But watch how they're kind of working with the advertising and be smart. Now let's talk about inflation. All right, everybody ready for some participation? Okay, listen up, and I'm gonna do this a couple times, so get ready. Everybody put 2 fingers up. I'm looking. I don't let you alone. Put your 2 up. Okay, that stands for 2% inflation, which we've had for the last 40 years. Now it's been up and down from that, but it comes back to 2%. So what does that mean? A loaf of bread today that costs $1 should cost $1.02 next year this time, okay? That's all it means. Inflation is just rising prices. And Jerome Powell says we got to control that. If we can't control rising prices, the rest of the economy doesn't work. So he's trying to bring it back to 2. Now, has it been 2% in the last year? No, it's been 10% for food prices, okay? So I want you to turn to somebody at your table, and this will be really fast. When was the last time you noticed a food price went way fast up? So tell about you went to buy chicken or whatever. Okay, does anybody have an example to tell me of what somebody's, chicken? Yeah, remember when chicken was the cheap meat? Right? And now they want $7.99 or $10.99 for 2 little pieces, and you go, what happened, right? Eggs used to be a cheap way to fill the family. They went up 14%. So when I say 10%, that's about food prices, but you can have different categories go way up and down, right? And you see it every week. So Jerome Powell knows it. He knows we see food and we see fuel. Now, my husband and I entertain ourselves looking at the best gas price we can find, driving down the highway, right? And coming on the way here, it was $3.34, $3.36. You got a little car, doesn't matter too much. You've got a big car or a boat, it matters a lot, okay? So fuel prices, food prices. Now the 2, let me do a little thing I do with my students. So I have them do the 2, and of course students are sophisticated, right? So it takes me a while to get them all up there. But I tell them if they see me anywhere in the country or on campus, they can do a 2 at me, and I know they're one of mine. So if you see me anywhere and recognize me, and my looks don't change that much, do me one of these, and I'll know somewhere, sometime we've met. Now, the students have fun with it because they like to do it behind their boyfriends. So I see a little 2 behind, you know. And I've seen it at Hilton Head. I've seen it in New York City in the airport. Anyway, but now that we've done this 2, that should be embedded now in your head. And you'll know, like somebody says, Dr. Goldsmith, I got a 5% raise, is that good? I said, yeah, your raise is higher than the average cost. So that's why that 2 is good to keep in your head. We'll see if Mr. Powell can bring it down, and we're all watching. So, I don't know. Let's talk about box fatigue. People are getting tired of the boxes coming to the front door. And on recycling days, you see the piles. So consumer behavior is shifting in this country, and you're going to see it between now and December, okay? So you kind of getting a little preview of what's coming from a retail point of view. And keep the boxes, but, you know, think about it. What about housing as part of the budget? Has anybody hear about the problem of affordable housing? Say, is that you hear it in your groups, your community? And it's one of the hardest categories. It's the most expensive category. That's why, all right? So if you want to redo your budget, I'm talking to you personally, or your kids or whoever, look at housing first. So you get a job offer in Iowa, that money's going to go further than New York City. Now, you knew that. But it's more subtle even around the state of Florida, right? Do you think costs are going higher, faster in Florida than most states or not? Are we? Yeah, because we're from all over the place. So let's talk about rents. All right. Florida, and I love Florida. I'm a Floridian. 8 out of the 10 markets in the United States are highest in Florida. In other words, our rent markets are 8 out of 10. So let's see where you guys are from. Rents went up 42% in Naples. Anybody from Naples? Whoa, it's going up there. 37% in Sarasota. Anybody Sarasota? Yeah, I'm from Holmes Beach in Anna Maria Island, Sarasota. 32% Cape Coral. Anyone around there? A few. 30% West Palm Beach. Always expensive area, right? So we're leading the nation in our rents. So that's a really hard thing to tackle. Phoenix is 26%, Las Vegas 24%, Austin. So we really stick out even in the Sun Belt on rents, all right? Jacksonville and Tallahassee, fairly affordable. The area that's growing really, really fast, housing and rents, Tampa. Tampa is hot. St. Petersburg, yes, for young professionals. They're graduating, and that's where they want to go. Other places too, but Tampa and St. Pete, and I can talk to you about it from an investment point of view, but that's a whole other side of the story. So what do you do? Keep it real, Kelly says. What do you do in Tampa or St. Pete? You can still pay $1,500 rent, but guess what? It'll be a smaller unit, okay? So you have shrinkflation in cereal boxes. I almost bought a couple, but I knew I was going to be on YouTube, and I was kind of afraid to have a name of my favorite cereal on there and offend the company or something. But have you noticed how thin the boxes have gotten? You get like 5 bowls out of 1 box. Okay, so what we're doing with Tampa and St. Pete and Miami area is we're shrinking the size of the units so they're affordable. Okay, so you can still be in a good area. And this place around this campus, I've been amazed at the housing and rentals. It is huge here, and we could do a whole other thing about that. Home mortgages. Oh my gosh, did you see houses around you go up this last 2 years? Like doubling? Faster, they always go up, but wow, home prices. So the mortgage rate was 3% in January, and now it's 6%. That's not good. So there's the house price, and it's also the mortgage price that you got to kind of look at. Now it seems to be settling down a little bit. Car prices seem to be settling down a little bit. So fall is a good time to start looking. Now, it's traditionally in real estate a quieter time, so leading into Christmas. So a lot of people take the holidays as a time to bargain shop for housing. Not so many on the market because people want to wait till after the holiday, and the holidays around Christmas, not just that one. But kind of watch what's going to happen between now and then. So let's say you got a house today at $400,000. You'd be paying $700 more a month than you would in January for the same house and mortgage. So timing the mortgage rate as well as the price. I know, it's just amazing me. I hate to say those kind of prices. Okay, but look this fall. I'm giving you a heads up. Unemployment rate is remaining relatively stable at 3.5%, which is extremely low. So here's my next question to all of you. Are we in a recession, yes or no? No. No. Now, I said I'm not an entertainer, right? But if I was on CNBC, I might say that just to get your attention. But it doesn't fit the textbook. There are too many jobs out there. Are there hiring signs where you're from? Have you ever gone to a restaurant saying the staff didn't show up or we're closed today? Can you believe that? I saw that at a Bonefish. I said, national chain, how can this be? Chef didn't show up, sorry. So we have elements of pullbacks and contractions, but not the textbook definition of a recession. Now, you ready for something revolutionary? I'm following all these sports people. Okay, a lot of pressure. I'm seeing elements of a renaissance or a rebirth in our economy and consumer behavior. So watch what happens. Now, retailers are excited about Christmas. I keep coming back. It's going to be on a Sunday this year, which is their idea of a yay, because you have all day Christmas Eve to buy more stuff on a Saturday, okay? Black Friday's well placed also. So people are going back into the stores again, right? I don't know what's going to happen. And if you brought me here next spring, I'd say, uh-oh, that was wrong. No renaissance, no rebirth. I can see you when you come back for a session, no problem if you want. See all of you again. You can do this at me. And you can say, oh, you were wrong about potential rebirth or renaissance. But don't walk away today and feel grim, all right? Don't feel grim, because I see things happening. Pink I'm wearing on purpose. Pink is the new black. All the designers came out with that Tuesday, if you weren't watching TV. So they're saying, and I'm looking for my pink around, all shades of it. Let's get some color. Color. Are you overwhelmed by how gray this building is? When you walk in, and my Hotel Indigo last night, I love it, but people want change, don't they? So you're gonna see sparks of color in clothing and in interiors, and if you're the one that can figure out what it should be, all the more power to you, right? But don't think people wanna be frozen in the past. Now here's my past question. Here's another one, participation. Now you're gonna have to think back, past. What was the first paid job you ever had, and how much did it pay? So tell someone at your table. Yeah? Or you tell somebody. Okay, you want to tell me anything interesting? Anybody? I know 50 cents for babysitting or $1, but when you're really interviewed somewhere and they paid you, what was it? $1.50, $2, $4, $5? I feel like Price is Right. Okay. Does anybody want to say what their first job was and how much? Okay, this lady in front. Just say it loud enough.
My name is Shauna.
Shauna.
My first job was fast food, and I made $4.25 an hour. And it was just interesting. All of us, it's telling our ages because I heard $2. It was just.
Okay, first job, she said, Shanna, was fast food, and it was $4.25 an hour. But some people at our table are saying $2 and $2.50, and how much? Okay, lifeguard at a community pool for 50 cents an hour. I think she might win. I think, yeah. Oh, here's another one from Kelly. Okay, 0, she got to live at home, but yeah, the family business. And I was raised in a family business and had to answer the phone and, all that kind of stuff too. All right, does it make you feel good to think about that? Think what you got. And was it hard to get the job? Did other people compete for it? Yeah? The community pools person said yes. And it took 2 certifications on top of it. Okay, so everybody here, I'm afraid the people in the back, it's hard for me to hear that far back, but everybody should feel good about how far you come. Don't you feel that? Don't you feel that? And aren't you understanding, since we represent all women in Florida, how far they've come and how we got to help them, right? And if you're in a business that's providing employment or an agency, feel good about it. You should feel good about it. You're hiring people. Now, because I'm the professor, I'm going to ask you a question you might not know. Who's the biggest employer in the whole of the U.S.? Who hires more than anyone else? I'm hearing all kinds of things, but government, military and government's the first answer. So, but the other answers are right too, because once you take out the federal government and the military, you get to private employers. Okay, who is the biggest private employer, the most employees across the U.S.? Walmart's number 1. Always get a job at Walmart, okay? Walmart's number 1. Now, in Florida, who's number 1? Trick question. Okay, I heard Disney. Walmart's still number 1, but site-specific, one area, it is Disney, okay? So we're so aware of that, and it's so important to our economy. But Walmart, and then second, nationwide, it's McDonald's, okay? So things you see all places, that's kind of big. I did drive by FBI on the way here. That's kind of exciting. So I had a friend work for the FBI, and the reason was she was an accountant, and she said, if I'm gonna be an accountant, let me work somewhere interesting. Yeah, I thought it was a good approach. So she'd worked at university, she'd worked in other places. Why not? Because they do financial crime, and you notice they're surrounded by financial businesses when you drive by. And a port. Don't you want to write a novel? I can just see the show, Jacksonville, CSI. There's something happening there, There's something happening. Check it out. Okay, so what are we going to do about employment? Keeping it real, says Kelly. So I was getting my hair blown dry. I asked the hairdresser, I said, making ends meet, which is Kelly wanted me to talk about that. So I talked about recurring costs, but housing, making ends meet. And she said, you know what I do? I just take on more work. So I work more hours, I do more hair. That's what I do. And when I became a single parent, which I didn't want to be, I got divorced all of a sudden, I said, okay, I can do this. I'm just going to have to work harder. And how many of you got that message in your life? Just work harder, more jobs, more hours. definitely me. I held 3 jobs at one time, which I don't recommend. But I was just listening of keeping it real. Okay, I can afford this. I can deal with inflation. I can deal with whatever life throws me. I'm just going to have to work more hours and harder. And I think that's the base reality. I can talk about investments. I can talk about bigger things. But I think the base is, I might have to go change jobs or get another kind of thing going. So what should you do in the next year? And this is for you and your family. You're going to take advantage of all these jobs that are open. Is that going to last forever? I don't think so. I told you it goes up and it goes down. Lots of employment out there, lots of openings. Keep your eyes open. Reevaluate your career. If you're a working mom, you might realize you need more money, like my hairdresser, or you might say the current career is not for me and I'm going to drop out for a year or two. Think about home, think about flexibility. How about childcare costs? Have they gone way up or down? Whoa, more than a college education sometimes. Unbelievable. So childcare costs are another thing in people's budget. Now, do you remember a time when there weren't enough jobs like in nursing and in teaching? Some of you remember when there weren't enough jobs. It's like the opposite. So we need more nurses. Do you know what FSU is going to do about that? They have tours of the nursing school 4 days a week. Isn't that smart? So get 43,000 students on campus. You think you want to be a political science major? Well, maybe look this over, okay? And maybe you can put politics and health together. That would be cool too. So universities are being pretty smart about how to make things interesting and attractive. And that's the first time in my life I've seen tours in the nursing building at FSU. So and then we have a med school too. We also have a new undergraduate major that's pre-med that they never had before. And a bunch of the classes are taken in the medical school. So we're doing what we can about health. We need more people in health, need more people in teaching. How many of you were teachers or are teachers? I talked about excellent. Support them the way we do firefighters, first responders, so important. Okay, now I'm going to have you do one more physical thing. You did this, and now you're going to move your foot. Okay, so take one of your feet. You get to choose. We all have 2. And push one of them just a little forward. I'm looking. You push? Okay, you've already taken the first step. That came to me at 6:30 in the morning, laying in bed. So it's not all old tech, new tech. Put that first foot forward and see you've already done it. See, I'm not sending you away, so, I can't do all this stuff. This is too much. It's a lot of information compressed. But you put your first foot forward already, all right? So you're on the road, not just understanding your economics, but your community, right? And I already told you, Florida's on a rocket. I love Florida. I go around the country talking Florida. Biggest population, California, Texas, Florida. We are booming. You can't drive through Jacksonville and not see it. It is booming. All right, we knocked New York off. Yay. No, because in New York City, around the world, a lot of people think that's our big population state. No. It's big, and New York City's big, but California, Texas, Florida are the power states. And we look to each other to see how we're handling politics and all sorts of things. Economics, companies, where should they be located? Okay, so I'm gonna end with solutions. So you don't just say, problems. You're gonna try and save more somehow or other. Could be something real small, save more. You're gonna buy and hold stocks or whatever it is. Try and buy and hold. Don't panic. Don't ever panic. Panic for a minute and then let it go, okay? Don't hold on to that panic. It's gonna roll up and down. So if you buy something today, chances are it might go down a little bit. Don't panic. You hang in there, okay? Watch the holidays coming up and what people are going to be doing. Notice the rents and house sales around you, what the prices are. And then, oh, I want to tell you the states where that's going down, where it's cheap. You want to know where that is? Ohio and Illinois. So when our rents go up 30%, 40%, guess what? They're stayed at 1% or 2%, right at level. So there are places in the country that are losing population, and they're also holding firm on their economy. They're not in a burst building kind of mode. All right, I like news, so I kind of like it. Now the other thing you want to do, get your affairs in order, and I could do a whole talk on life change points and relationships. Because whenever women go through marriage, divorce, widowhood, kids leaving home, it gets shaken up, okay? And that's kind of a fun thing. So life change points are good and they're exciting, but whoa, it's gonna change your money, that's for sure. Life insurance policies, all that business, you know, we found one from 1948 in my family. My older brother's an attorney, thank goodness. He traced it and he traced it and he traced it through 4 companies, all right? Now, they weren't coming to us, were they? No. So you do have it upon yourself to try to track money, see where it's going. The life change points, pay attention, all right? Bankers are free. Credit union managers are free. So people can go in and get help. Thinking about buying a new car? Thinking about doing something? They're free. Mine says come anytime. I said, really? Yeah, just hang out. I can't believe, he's 31, he's nice looking, I'll send some of you. Single? Yeah, okay. 1 cat, I know all about him. But you should know your bankers, your credit union managers, all those people, you know, and if you don't like the one, Fred, they send you to, you know, pick George or pick Amanda. But you can get free financial help that's very good if you have an account with them, okay? Or thinking about it. So that's wonderful community resource for everybody, and you time it right, you find it good. And to pay for a good, gentle advisor, a financial advisor, is usually money well spent too. So I would encourage that whole industry. So I hope you enjoyed relationships. I had some jokes in there. But think about your family too, because isn't money about family and taking care of everybody besides yourself? So that's kind of what I want to close with, and I want to wish you your foot forward. You're sitting in a boring meeting someday, somewhere, you push that foot forward. They won't notice it, right? And think about, what do I want to do next? Thank you so much. It's up to you.
I was going to ask, does anyone have any questions? Okay. Well, thank you so very much, Dr. Gold. Oh, there's one back there.
So, first of all, that was unexpectedly hilarious. So thank you for that.
Good.
So you didn't talk about crypto at all. Do you have any thoughts or advice? You know, what's the big thing? I've got a teenage son who's like, Mom, I just want to put some money in crypto. It's the thing. And I'm like, I don't think that's a good idea. Do you have thoughts or things that you share?
Well,
crypto?
yeah, they started bringing this up with me about 5 years ago, and usually the males, by the way. So Bitcoin, crypto, all that stuff, I really don't have time to get into it other than to be careful. But with any investment, if you just do a small amount of money and see what happens, and you can afford to lose it, okay. So a financial advisor could talk to you about crypto or Bitcoin and probably discourage you, but it's very volatile. It's very complicated and very volatile. I'm trying to stick with my simple theme. But I understand where he's coming from, and it's the hot topic with younger set. So Yeah, we'll see. I'll watch it between now and Christmas. I know it was really messing up one of the one of the economies in South America. Okay, any other questions?
Thank you so very much.
Okay.
Well, I just wanted to let everyone know that this event is being live streamed, and it is will be on our YouTube channel. You can find it on our website, and you can find it on Facebook. So once this is over, if there's something you want to go back and watch, you can just look us up on any of those web pages, and you'll be able to watch it. So I think right now we're going to take about a 15-minute break, stretch your legs, go visit the ladies at the Generation W booth, and they'd love to see you, and we'll see you back in here in 15 minutes. everyone please take your seats? We're about to get started. Would everyone please take their seats? We're about to get started. So we have a couple of more sessions left this afternoon. And we're actually running a little bit ahead of schedule. So it would be great if you can just hang with us. We have about 2 more hours and we have some fantastic programming. Our next speaker is going to run us through a workshop on how to find data from the U.S. Census Bureau. Thank you. We have just a couple of hours left in our day. We're running a little ahead of schedule, so if you will hang with us, we have some exciting programs coming up. Our next speaker will be joining us virtually, and she will be sharing some really interesting information on finding data related to Florida women in your communities. And then we're gonna end the session with a community conversation. We wanna hear from you. So it's really important that you stay here so that we can hear your comments, your suggestions, and your thoughts about issues important to you. So right now I'm gonna turn the microphone over to Commissioner Merlin.
Good afternoon, everyone. We have reached our quarter mark in the meeting. Is everybody ready? Just checking to make sure this thing is on. I'm a second grade teacher, and in my classroom, this symbol means I need the restroom. So if you need to get up and excuse yourself, we'll get the stuffed alligator that I have, and we'll put that on your desk, and you can head out to the restroom and then return. I do feel badly for the people who had to head out because the diamond earring raffle, no, I'm sorry, that's been rescheduled. You'll have to come to our next event. First and foremost, I wanted to introduce myself. I'm one of the new gals. I'm Commissioner Merlin. I'm a second grade teacher from Broward County, Florida. I'm a mom of an 11-year-old who has recently given me a new gray streak. You guys can look at it right here. A wife and a busy lady. And I'm here to tell you that you have homework, because teachers love nothing more than giving people homework. So if you don't mind, please take out your cell phones. You have one, you have it, take it out. Put a reminder in your calendar. You can decide, do you want it to be in a week, in 2 weeks, or in a month? But you're gonna go ahead and create an event called Check In With Yourself. And when you decide to check in with yourself, here's your homework that I'm asking you to do. Yes, we still have quite a bit of amazing speakers who are coming to talk to us today, but you're gonna have a takeaway from this experience. It's not enough to just leave here and think that was a great event, because it's a phenomenal event, ladies. I want you to check in with yourself with what you're going to do. What is your action plan to use that advice, that new connection, that new network, that new recipe, that new piece of gossip, whatever it is that you gained from today to move forward? And again, if you need the restroom, please just hold up the 2. So it is my privilege and honor to let you know that one of our goals of this event is to equip women with tools they can use to make changes in their communities and across the state. To do so effectively, we need to know how to use data to tell the story of what is happening. Data-informed decisions are so important for you to be the expert and to hold yourselves accountable. It is my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Marilyn Stevens, who currently serves as the Data Dissemination Specialist at the United States Census Bureau. She's going to show us firsthand how to access current and accurate data about Florida women and families. Welcome.
Well, the first thing I need to do is take my mic off mute. Regrettably, I'm not with you in person today. We have some strange traveling rules this time of year. And I'd already booked another event tomorrow, so I'll have to leave after this and head to the airport. But I really, and she talked about, so I want to share my screen. And I'm going to first share this PowerPoint, and then I'm going to go live. Okay, you can see my screen, so I want to get in slide view. There we are. I want to get in slide view. And there's just a few things that I want to share with you. In terms that it will affect, it's going to affect women. And like Dr. Goldsmith said, that Florida is now the third largest state. And that happened in 2014 when we leapfrogged ahead of New York. Now, New York was also growing, but not at the rate of Florida. We were growing at the rate of 802 people a day. So that's tremendous growth. So these are the 10 largest states. And of course, we don't care what the other ones are as long as we're in the number. This is another fact from the 2020 census about Florida. Florida was only one of 6 states to gain a congressional seat. So we have increased our voice in Congress. Therefore, we have widened the pipeline of resources, and that's going to affect the women of Florida. And when we look at each state, we see there were only 3 states actually lost population, Mississippi, Illinois, and West Virginia. But Florida grew by 14.6% over the decade. And we know that's because of women. They may not realize that, but that's the truth. And then Florida has another distinction. It's one of 4 states that occupy 144 of the 435 seats in Congress. That's a really big deal. Can you imagine? So here's Florida's population, and as you can see, that we really grew. Many of you are probably saying, well, what happened about our overseas population? Well, many of the government agencies were not stationing as many people overseas as in previous decades. So as you can see, not just in Florida, but nationwide, the overseas population for the state really went down tremendously. But because of this high growth in the resident population, it's just so fantastic. When you talk about data, I want you to think about this. We collect a lot of data. Right now, as I'm speaking to you, we've got hundreds, thousands of people in the field collecting data on crime, health, unemployment. You hear about Dr. Goldsmith talk about the unemployment rate being low, and you get that message the first Friday of every month. You hear that on radio, TV, on all your social media platforms. Well, the Census Bureau collects that data for the Department of Labor. We collect it under what we call the Current Population Survey, and we've been doing that since the late 40s. So we're out in the field every day collecting all sorts of data, even when we have a census year. But most people know us by our decennial censuses that we are constitutionally mandated to collect every 10 years, and here's a trivia question, in years ending in 0. So the last census was, of course, 2020, which none of us will ever forget 2020. I even have a mug that I gave to my friends with their names on it, and it shows all the events of 2020. And then we have a population estimates program, which most local governments are very familiar with, because every year we put out estimates of the population, and then we add some other characteristics. We add in sex, and then we add in race, Hispanic origin, and that is a highly sought after program. I look for it every year because it shows where the growth is coming from. Is it natural increase? In other words, more births and deaths in a certain entity, or is it domestic or international migration? And to give you an example of what I mean by that, is that when the 2020 redistricting file was released, and I saw where California had lost a congressional seat, I said, what? How could that happen? And the first place I looked was at the population estimates, the last population estimate, to see what happened in California. So when I looked at it, I saw that they had a number of more births than deaths. Okay, that was good. But when I looked at net migration, I saw that California lost 910,000 people, fled the state. And their international net migration was 1.1 million, which was good, but it was not enough to offset that 910,000 population loss. They would have had to have 2 million on net international migration to offset that loss. And that's how they lost a congressional seat. So you see the population estimates are really important. I saved the best for last. The American Community Survey, if you have not heard about it or you have not used any of the data, this is going to be your new best friend. You're going to want to have an American Community Survey tattoo. You're going to be so happy about this. And now the American Community Survey, for those of you that are really young like I am, you remember in the 2000 census that we had a long form and a short form. And if you were a grant writer or you were seeking money for a program, it's that long form that had all that social, economic, and housing data that you loved. So community organizations as well as local governments told the Census Bureau that they needed to have that data more frequently than once every decade. So in 2005, we rolled out the American Community Survey in every county in the nation. And it really is a long form that we are familiar with from the 2000 census, but it's on steroids, has much more in it. So we survey 250,000 households a month, 3.5 million a year. And we come out with some of the most life-changing data. That's the gospel according to St. Maryland, chapter 5, verses 6 through 8, which may or may not be true. But some of the most fantastic data. And why do I say that? There are more than 1,500 tables. In other words, there are 1,558 tables from the American Community Survey. That's a lot of data. There's nothing you can even think of that the American Community Survey has not collected and that you won't be able to find. And the tables are in what I call different categories. They're the ranking tables. Now, they're the easiest because they have all 50 states ranked by about 90 characteristics. The data profiles, which I'm going to show you how to access those. Those data profiles are very important because there are only 4 tables on the data profiles. You'll get a demographic and housing profile, a social profile, an economic profile, and a housing profile. So that gives you the summary of the subjects in the American Community Survey. And then once you look at those, you'll say, wow, this is superior data, but I need more about this subject or that subject. So then you go to the subject tables. So it's in those subject tables where we got those 1,500 tables with the subject tables. Welcome to Florida, where we are 50.8% of the population. So if Florida is growing, it's because of the female population. In 2016, and every year you hear about that females earn less than males. And in 2016, we earned 80.5% to every dollar earned by males. So I wanted to look to see looked at one of the ranking tables to see where the state of Florida ranked among the states. So I didn't want to put the entire table up here. I just wanted to put the part up here where Florida ranked. And as you can see, that Florida is in the bottom third of the states, right? Look at this. We're 42 when it comes to full-time female workers, year-round full-time female workers. For men, we're 49. So let's take a look at educational attainment. We rank that low, but let's look at educational attainment. The Florida average is 88.4, which is about where the national average is. Bachelor's degree, 30.7, nationally is 33%. But then I want to look at where we were as a state. So when you look generally at the 25 and over group, Women are 89.1% high school graduates. The men in the state, 87.6. Bachelor's degree, 30.9 for women, 30.5 for men. And as you can see, the women are above the Florida average. And then I want to break it down by age cohorts. So I looked at 25 to 34, high school graduates, excellent, 92.5, men, 88.9. And bachelor degrees, above 35 to 44, still great, 91.1. And high school graduates to men, 86.7. And then bachelor's degrees really high amongst this cohort, 37.8, 30%. And then the 45 to 64, because when you look at economics, and Dr. Goldsmith will tell you, we consider productive years is between 18 and 64. Well, I take exception to that, but that's another workshop. So when you look at 45 to 64, and you see where women are, but when you get to 65 and over, there's a different data point. Women just fall short in high school diplomas and way short in college degrees. So this gives you, probably many of you that really look into the evolution of women, and you will see with the 65 and over group, they came through a different time when education was not really emphasized for women, and it shows up here in the 65 and over group. Women got married earlier, had families, their educational pursuits were put on hold, and it tells in this particular data point. So now I want to go live. I want to go to the census site, so I'm going to stop. I'm going to put up a new share. And I'm going to go to census.gov. Maybe not. Let me try again. Of course, technology always works perfectly every time. So. No, let me try this again. Okay, this is where I am. I'm in data.census.gov. I'm going to come out of this. Okay, this is data.census.gov. And here you can go anywhere. I suggest you go to our newsroom often, because when you go to the newsroom, we have a lot of news releases that we put out, and this will show you how to present data in a narrative form. Also, we have a statistics in schools program. So I was happy to hear from that second grade teacher that introduced me, and of course, in Broward County, where I reside. And when my mother retired from the Broward School District, she was the longest serving educator in the district at the time. So I'm in good company. But here is where you could go to browse topics. Topics on age, on business. I want to take you over to right here before I go in to show you the data. I want to look at a topic that says income and poverty. And then when I get to this portal, I want to click on poverty. And then the first entry here says poverty thresholds. And as you can see, the poverty thresholds have been calculated since 1959. but there's been a difference. As you can see, the header from 59 to 79, poverty thresholds were by the sex of the head of the household, the size of the family, the number of children, and if it was a farm or non-farm residence. And then starting in 1980, it went to poverty thresholds were by the size of the family and the number of children. The poverty thresholds, these are the official ones, they do not change depending on where you live in the nation. So I'm going to open the 2021 poverty thresholds. And as you can see, these are the official poverty thresholds. So many of you may not have seen these, and many of you work with this all the time, and you may have. These are when we say a person's in poverty, these are the official numbers. And because many women are heads of households, when we're looking to see what type of assistance they need, as Dr. Goldsmith talked about, housing, food insecurity, having to get back and forth to work, to commute, whether it's by their car or public transportation, all of these things play in, but these are the official poverty thresholds. So I want you to not only see those, but to actually know where to get them. So now we're going to get down to some serious business. I'm going to go into our data main. You don't have to go through census.gov to get to our search engine. We have a main search engine is data.census.gov, data.census.gov. But we have all types of other types of tools that are fun. But the one where all the 1,558 stats are, that's in data.census.gov. Also, our visualizations. You can go back and look at the years. We have a lot of interactive visualizations. Our team is just fantastic. If I could just stay in Washington and work with them 24/7 without pay, I would do that, but don't tell them. And then we have data gems. What these are mini workshops or just small vignettes on how to access the data. You can get on those, and so you can learn at your leisure. And then we do webinars every month, and you can look at the webinar schedule. Some of them, of course, may be closed out. You may want to get on a waiting list. I completed one on grant writing a couple of weeks ago. We had 1,800 people registered. So I don't know how many were not able to get on. But we do post the video and all the materials. So let's go to data.census.gov. When you go to data.census.gov, I recommend that you click on Advanced Search. Now, many of the tables that once you use them, you're going to use them all the time. And remember, we only release these data every year. So data that you use all the time, some of you may want, when you download it to an Excel spreadsheet, you'll have it saved. You'll know what the table identified number is because you use it all the time. Now, I talked about the ranking tables. And I talked about the data profile. So we're going to look at first a data profile. Remember, there are 4 data profiles, and the identified number is going to be DP, David Paul, 05 is the general one. So I'm going to put that in, DP 05. And as you can see, excuse me, let me get some water. I get so excited. Calm down, Marilyn. Okay. And you saw in a flash, you had several tables come up and they went away because that's all of the profiles. Let's see if I go back and see if they'll flash up again. Nah, okay. Okay, they're not playing. Okay, so I'm going to click on this data profile. And then I'm going to select the geography. This is where it gets interesting. As you can see, I can get it by the nation, state, county, place, and in census speak, place means city, town, or village. You've got zip code, you've got census tract, because those are areas that many of your service areas are. So I'm going to select the state of Florida for this demonstration. And I have the nation, but I'm going to take the nation out of the filter. And then I'm going to X this out. And I'm going to move this over so that I can see the table. So now I can see the table. Now, because everything we do besides a census every 10 years is an estimate. So we have a margin of error. If you're dealing with an economics professor, they will calculate the margin of error. But for us, I don't need the margin of error, so that I'm going to shut it off and reduce the size of the table. Now in this table, now it shows here the latest, the 2020 5-year estimates data. So I'm still using the 2019, but I'll leave the 2020 up there. Let me tell you about why the 5-year matters. In the American Community Survey, we do 2 releases a year. 1-year release for entities that are 65,000 and higher. And then we do a 5-year release for entities below 65,000 plus, the plus is the key, plus zip codes, census tracts. So any city or town or county that's under 65,000 comes out with the 5-year release, plus in the 5-year release, you can guess when you get your zip codes and your census tract data. So these profiles that I'm showing you now can be accessed at the census tract level. And many of you like to look at tract data, because a lot of the things that Dr. Goldsmith talked about, you want to track them down to your service area. So one of the things that I want you to do is to remember that. So if you're looking for zip code or tract data, it has to be the 5-year estimates for the American Community Survey. Now, if it's above 65,000, you're just looking for the state or large county, then you can look at the 1 year. The new 1 year for 2021 will be out next week. So this is like breaking news next week. The 5-year for 2021 will be released in December, early December. And that's the standard pattern. Of course, 2020 threw that off, but standard September is for the 1-year release and December is for the 5-year release. So right now, I would recommend, if you need census tract data or zip code data, you look at the 2019 or 2020 5-year estimate, which is what I'm looking at now. But I want you to look at how the table is laid out. What is it laid out? It shows the total population, as you can see. Then it breaks it down by male and female. And as you can see, in 2020, I used the 2019 for 50.8 because I've been using that all year. But look, we've gone up 51.1. We're just beating them, just coming and going. And then it breaks down the number of males to females, 95.7 in the state. That may vary by county and city. And then the age cohorts, and then the median age. And as you can see in Florida, we have a high median age, because 1/4 of our population is 65 and over. We're now it's down to 1/5, right? 20%, 20.5%. That's a lot of people. So you get some characteristics. Then we go down to race. This is going to be interesting for you, because many of you have called me and asked, you have one race and then you have 2 or more races. What does that mean? Well, in 2000, for the first time in history, you could choose to be more than one race. So instead of having basic 6 race categories, we now have 63. 63, because we have 57 multiracial combinations. We don't say multiracial in census speak, we say 2 or more races. So as you can see, with the one race population, 94% of the Florida population classify themselves as one race. But then 6% classify themselves as more than one race, multiracial. So in your area, it may be higher, it may be lower. So here are the one race categories. Could be white alone, Black or African American alone, American Indian and Alaska alone, Asian alone, Native Hawaiian or other Pacific Islander alone, or some other race alone. And then under two or more races, in this profile, we have the large two or more races, white and Black, white and American Indian, white and Asian, I think it's Black and American Indian. So I tell people, and they call, it says, Marilyn, if we put in the census questionnaire and say that we're American Indian, can we get some casino money? The answer is no. Trust me, I have met with several tribal chairs and asked that same question. But tribal enrollment is not because of the census. So what we did is that, now those of you that write grants, this is a category for you. Here where you see race alone or in combination, what you have up here are respondents, individuals. What you have in this tabulation, race alone or in combination, we have taken everyone that responded to being white, whether you're white alone or white and Black, we tabulated you here. Or you were Black alone or Black and white or Black, white and Asian, whatever it is. So these are responses. So this is another data point that you can use. Why? Because people chose this maybe a part of their social conscience, I don't know. Now, Florida, because we have a huge Hispanic population in the state, as you can see, 25.8% of our population is of Hispanic origin, right? And Hispanics can be of any race. By federal standards, Hispanic is not a race, but an ethnic group. It's the largest ethnic group, and they can be of any race. So we list the three largest groups of the Hispanic population: the Mexicans, the Puerto Ricans, Cubans, and then we say who's not Hispanic. So when you look at Florida, and you see at the top where the white population is 71.6% of the population, but when we back out the white Hispanics, the non-Hispanic white population, which is considered is the majority population, it drops down to 53.4. So did everybody see that? Okay. And then of course we have the voting age population in DP05. So there's another one. I'm going to go back to my filters. I'm going to take out 05 and go to DP02. And I'm going to tell it to search for DP02. DP02, these are social characteristics. Take out the margin of error. What do we find in DP02? Remember, in the data profiles, there are only 4 files: DP05, DP02, DP03, DP04. And I know the educators are saying, well, what happened to DP01? You all count, and I don't see where you're counting too well. What it was is that before we had the American Community Survey, every census we would put out a DP01, just a basic general demographic and housing characteristics. So when we put out the American Community Survey, rather than confuse people, we kept DP01 for those decennial censuses once every 10 years and just added that corresponding table, which is the same in ACS, the American Community Survey, but we named it DP05. So we're there, educators, let it go, just let it go. So here's the social profile. Households by type, and this is how we speak. We list in this profile how many households we have in the state. Then we break them down. How many of them are family households, which means that the people in the household are related to the head of household through marriage, birth, or adoption. Then we say how many of those family households have minor children. The educators want to know that because, K through 12, we need children in those schools. Then we break it down by married couple families. And then we say how many married couple families have their own minor children. And then we look at the male householders with no wife or partner or spouse present. And we look at that number, and then we said, how many of them have their own minor kids? Well, these would be our single fathers. And as you can see, statewide is 2.1%. Then we look at the female household, and the new terminology really is no spouse or partner present family. And you see that's 13.3%, but of that, 7%, 6.9 are single mothers. So this may be a data point that you need for your particular zip code or the census tract in your service areas or your city. And then we look at non-family households and how many of those are seniors. Then how many households with one or more people that are minors. And as you can see, that's almost a third of the households in the state. And then household relationship. And that next year, when we release all the other data from the 2020 census, the only thing we've released so far has been the redistricting file, which is restricted by law. It only contains certain things. That's the only place where you'll be able to delineate, see delineated all 63 racial categories. And because Florida is a very diverse state, you can imagine that every line is populated. So when you go down, so household relationship was a historic question on the questionnaire. For the first time, we have 16 options for household relationship. We included same-sex unmarried couples, same-sex married couples, opposite-sex married couples, opposite-sex unmarried couples. So there's so many in-laws, parents, everybody. So now we'll be able to see how the family has changed over time. This was the first time that we had 16 options for that particular question. So we're looking forward to that. And the other one was you could choose to put your country of origin under race. That had never happened before in any census. So now we'll be able to look at the diasporas. So that's coming out next year. So these are things that are in the social profile. Another one, many of you work with single parents, but you may not have thought about, but I'm sure the educators know about this, grandparents being caregivers. That's not anything new. But in 2000, Congress was, there was a codicil in the Welfare Reform Act, and they needed some data on grandparents that were raising their grandchildren, and there was none. So we added that question on the questionnaire: how many grandparents occupy the household of their minor grandkids? And of that group, how many are the primary caregivers? They're the ones that are responsible for those children. So we came up with that question, and now it's on all the American Community Survey and other surveys. And as you can see, the length of time the grandparents are primary caregivers, they don't bring them over at 9 and they pick them up at 4. They bring them in 2022 and get them in 2029. So that's different. And then you don't see it here, but I'm going to do one little switch. You can see it won't let me switch. I was going to do a switch and look at wait a minute, I want to do that. And look at what it is, the number of grandparents that are female. And then educational attainment. This is where it is. We list it here. Now, the reason I'm showing you these data profiles is for one big reason. And that reason is, and of course, we have a large foreign-born population. If you're in Miami-Dade County, it's nearly about 55% foreign-born in the county and other places around the state. The reason I'm showing you this is because now when you look at these various subjects, here's computer and internet use. We found out the hard way, and let me find out why it is not filtering right. It should not be on 2010. It should be on it should be on 2020. That's okay. I'm having some type of technical glitch here that I haven't seen in a while, but it's pretty crazy. But I'm gonna roll with it. Okay, computer. I know that this is not right, but that's okay. So it should have 2020, and it should default to it, but it won't. It did, and it just made up its mind to change. Okay, my feelings are not hurt. And the reason I'm showing you this is because we do have information and it's populated. It's not populated on this particular one because, let's see if I can change the years. No, it won't change them. Wow. Never had that glitch before. But because we weren't asking the question then, but if it populated them, I could do that. So, but this, the purpose of this exercise is to show you that you can do this. And it won't act crazy on you. I guarantee that, kind of. So let me go, I'm gonna go out and come back in and see if it'll act right. And the way I went out of it is that I clicked on the logo and it took me back to data.census.gov. And as you can see, the 2020 is there. I knew it. I knew it was a glitch. Take out the nation and put in the state. I want you to know that things happen. And when you go live, you take your life in your hands. Because if it can go wrong, it will. Okay, now I'm gonna click on now we're working. Okay, now we're cooking with grease. So now you see all the years that you can just click on them. I'm in the 2025 year because this is what is the default. I'm going to take a chance and go down to the 2019. Bingo, 5 year. Okay. But now, if I wanted to compare my service area with the state of Florida, I would have to do it in the 5 year because zip codes and tracks are only in the 5 year. So I can't get them in the 1 year. But if I want to compare Broward County to Florida, or to Miami-Dade, or to Palm Beach, or to Hillsborough, or to Duval, or any of the orange, the larger, those counties that are 65,000 and higher, I can use the 1 year estimates. So if you're doing large cities over 65,000 and counties, next week when the new data comes out, you'll be able to get that right. You could be able to get that. Okay, so let me hurry up. I'm glad I had a little extra time. I get so excited about this, I have to calm myself down. So I'm going to go to the economic table. So we've gone through the demographic table, we've gone to the economic table. And remember, I told you that we have 1,500 subject tables. So many of you may have piqued your interest about grandparents. Then you can go and you can search for grandparents here in the search box, and then it will show you the tables that we have that pertain to grandparents because they're subject tables. Now you're getting more information, okay? So this is a social characteristic. We've done social, here's economic. And here you will find out unemployment in your service area, even though the official unemployment rates come from the Department of Labor, but we do ask about employment in the American Community Survey, so we were able to put a data point out, so you'll be able to gauge in the various census tracts for your grants and for other things that you need for your reports. Commuting time to work, occupation. I'm going to show you a table about this that just blew me away when it looks at men and women. Here, occupation, industry, class of worker, income. This is where you get your median household income and your median family income. I suggest using median family income in areas where you have a high number of families. That number is always a larger number, but you use the number that's best for you. This is where you can find out the percent of people that are on food stamps in your service areas by tract and by zip code, by city, by county. And then here's the family income. And then non-family, median earnings. Look at this. Look at this, lady. Look, median full-time earnings for men and for women. Health insurance coverage is in this profile. Percentage of families that at the poverty level and below. All of that is in this profile. And then the next profile is housing. Now, these are 4 profiles that I suggest that you get. You can download them right here in an Excel spreadsheet. Because most of my work is done in Florida now. I keep these. I put Florida on, and I got all the counties. So if someone calls me and maybe the system is down, maybe it was like last night. I was looking at the window, and all of a sudden, all the lights went out in the subdivision, and I said, "This is real spooky." And they were out for about 25 to 30 seconds. And I mean, it was weird. And they came back on. I was like, okay, that's lights out for me. So now here's housing and some of the things that Dr. Goldsmith talked about. It shows you occupied housing units in the state. We have a vacancy rate in the state of 17%, but it may be higher in your area. I'm telling you. And then when you look at how many structures what units in the structure when they were built, how many rooms, lets us know about overcrowding, and then owner-occupied versus renter-occupied. In some of your service areas, these numbers are going to be flipped, where you're going to have 71% renters. And you can see when you talk about how much rents are. And as you scroll down, how the homes are heated. My big concern is that Florida is #1 in the nation when it comes to the use of electricity. So anytime I know that if a grid or something goes out in our state and we have a bad hurricane or whatever, a lot of people are going to be negatively impacted. And that is a concern of mine. Owner-occupied, gives you the median housing value. How many have a mortgage? What that mortgage housing unit is with a mortgage, without a mortgage, as well as rents. So you can get this down to the tract level. So now you're looking at neighborhoods. And that's why these 4 profiles are so important. And then I talked about, before I leave, I've got to do this, subject profile. So I'm going to put a subject in here, another subject. And the subject I'm going to put in, I want to show you grandparents first, so you can see when it populates those tables. So now you see the tables that we have on grandparents. This talks about grandparents here, their age, their race, whether they're native born or foreign born, their median income, if they're on public assistance, their poverty level, if they're owners or renters, how many units in their structure, and here about the age of the grandchild living with them, median family income for families with grandparent households. So these are subject tables. See, now when you get to subjects, now you're going to go deeper. So the first subject you always see on these demographic tables is sex by age, right? We break it down. So let's look at the number of tables we have when we say sex by age. When you look at the tables that we have, sex by age, what happened? Oh, it moved itself over. Okay, fine. Whatever works. So here you see sex by age. And look at all the tables. 60 and over, 65 and over. Commuting patterns, the characteristics, how you commute. Characteristics of people with a marital event. And of course, divorce is a marital event. I know. Then educational attainment. You click on that table and it populates. And and then you have occupation by sex. And then you have occupation by sex for full-time, year-round. So let's stop on that particular subject, because when you looked at the social profile, it showed you about occupation. So now you're able to take a look at, and which is what I did, at these full-time, these jobs, right? So I'm going to try to move this over. Let's see. to get so I can see males and females, right? Okay. Move it up a little more. We know the males are first. Get the females in here. Okay. Now you see that in management, business, science, and arts occupation, 50% of them are occupied by women. But when you break that down to management, business, and financial occupations, most of them are men. And when you get to management occupations, most of them are men. But when you go back to business and financial operation occupations, women dominate. But look at computer engineering and science occupation. 76% are men. Computer and math. So when you are working on STEM projects, occupations, now you can look at these by males and females. And in your service area, you can look at these by track, and you can look at these by zip code. So those, I gave you your main profiles, DP5, DP2, DP3, DP4. I'm going to send to Kelly some links to the list of the profiles, all 1,500, just so that you could just nerd out. And then a list of the 90 ranking tables. You can see where the states rank. You know, when I go meet with governors, I take the ranking tables in their folder. And I'm telling you, it stops the meeting. So I know that my time is almost up. I think I have maybe 3 or 5 minutes, and I'm going to stop now so that I can take some questions. I can't hear you guys. I can hear something, but someone's at the microphone. And I can't see you guys. Can you see me? What happened? What happened? I'm here. Am I? Am I here? Kelly, I can't see the room, and I can't hear the questions.
Greetings, Maryland. I have a question. I'm Venice White with the Office of Minority Health and Health Equity with the Florida Department of Health, and I teach cultural competency and health equity around the state. So I have 2 questions about the census collection. One is maybe an aha, but when it's advising and giving examples for the race, under white, the example is provided one who is from Egypt, and under Black African American, it gives an example one who is from Ethiopia. Last time I checked, Egypt and Ethiopia are both from Africa. How did you all select that if you're from Egypt, which is in Africa, you're white, versus if you're from Ethiopia, you should select Black?
Right. That is a question that I get all the time, surprisingly. We have a certain way that we codify race, and race has changed over time since the first census in 1790. So right now, what was discussed coming up to the 2020 census was to have a new racial category called MENA, Middle Eastern North African. So you'll hear people talk about MENA. We feel that will correct this particular problem. But how we codify race has changed over time. So, but it's how do you see you? So that's why I'm looking forward to next year when I look at country of origin to see where people put put where their country of origin is as it pertains to their race. Because from 1960 forward, you could choose your own race. You was self-identification. Two hours on the evolution of race for the University of Mississippi. I said they probably won't ever invite me back. But anyway, to really look at how it changed over time and the things that Congress demanded was just unreal. So this MENA category, Middle Eastern Northern African, I think is going to solve that problem. However, next year, I'm looking forward to seeing when that data is released about country of origin under race, how many people in those areas put their country of origin under Black. I'm really I'm really waiting for that. That should have been out this year because I was going to retire after they released it. And then when I told somebody, I would say, once they release it, I'm going to retire. And then someone said, guess what, Marilyn, they moved it back, so you have to stay. And I'm thinking, what? Does that answer your question?
It does, and you blanked out for a minute, and I have a second question.
Okay.
It's not on the census, but if you look at some of the other federal registries, for example, Social Security, and I believe if you're applying for birth certificates, at least for the state of Florida, under ethnicity, and for those who don't know, race and ethnicity, that's two different boxes, is not one or the other, okay? I work for the day I get my paycheck. In some documents, under ethnicity, you have Hispanic, non-Hispanic, and Haitian. I've seen documents where Haitian is listed as one of the choices for ethnicity. Can you elaborate on that?
Yes. Okay. For the Census Bureau under race, when we say Black, we say people of those certain countries of African of Blacks, and then Haiti, Jamaica, Trinidad, the Virgin Islands, and other places. So the race would be Black, but the ethnicity would be Haitian or non-Hispanic. Like I'm a non-Hispanic Black. I have a friend which was a colleague for years. I never knew that she had one parent is Cuban and one parent is from Honduras. And so I was speaking at a conference and she came up to me and she said, so how would I classify myself? And when she told me about her lineage, I said, you're Hispanic? And she says, yes. I said, do you speak Spanish? And she says, yes. And I said, I never knew that. And most people didn't. And so I said, now this, as of 2000, when you check Hispanic, because you are, then you can put down both parents, Honduras and Cuban. And then I said, what you got? She said, no, we never just checked it. We always just check Black because we're Black. I said, well, now you can be both on the census.
Thank you for that. I have a question about influencing categories. I'm an anthropologist by training, and back when the Office of Management and Budget were tweaking their ethnicity, race, and other categories, they invited professionals from out in the field to respond. And I was wondering, I have two questions. One, is there an intersection between the OMB's categorization of citizens and the census? And then second, we have a lot of decision makers and engaged, very intelligent women in the audience. If we want to influence the process of categorizing our community, how do we get involved?
Well, remember, we're federal, and the Office of Management and Budget, they do set the standards for race and ethnicity in the United States. That's the baseline. Well, you guys can call me offline. I think I did put a slide up with my contact information on it, didn't I? Or didn't I? Let me see. Did I or didn't I? Let me see.
One at each table.
Yes, you can call me. Uh-oh, that was the wrong one. It should have been the one. Okay. I'm trying to put my contact information. You can call me directly. Okay, now you have my contact information. And don't be afraid to dial that number. That is your taxpayer-funded census phone. And so you can call me anytime. But remember, that's federal. So any changes you want to make to anything federal, I would suggest you go to your congressperson. And it's quite a process. If you'll remember, I'm sure in your studies, where we used to use the term Asian, and then over time, the Asian community said that most of the community, they don't identify with the term Asian, they identify with their country of origin. So they're Japanese, Chinese except Taiwanese, Vietnamese. So as you can see, you see on the questionnaire that we have those various groups listed.
Marilyn, this is Commissioner Barreto on behalf of the commission and everybody in the room. Thank you so very, very much for joining us today. That was fantastic.
And I want to do a shout out. I have a friend that's in the audience, Daisy from Ocala. But hey, Daisy, I hope you're going to give me the critique, because you know how crazy I am. I'm not going to be satisfied. I'll go over this PowerPoint for the next hour. What did I miss? So thank you all for inviting me, and perhaps the next time I'm invited, I can see you in person.
Thank you, Marilyn. So delightful to hear and be around somebody who absolutely adores their job. And if you get tired of data, you can be a comedian. Have no doubt. Thank you so much, and safe travels. Okay, we've come to the last session of the day. Everybody stand up. It's the time when the energy in the room gets a little low. What I want you to do is look around the room, find somebody that you haven't met yet. Just take 2 minutes, go introduce yourself very quickly. Okay, if you can stay where you are. If you can stay where you are. Once again, I want you to look around the room, find somebody you don't know. Go introduce yourself to that person, but this time act like it's your long-lost friend you haven't seen since 2nd grade. Go. Okay, shh. If you can hear me, say shh. Everybody take your seats. We have one more exercise and then we'll be done for the day. I want to thank you for your attention and for taking your valuable time to be here. So in the past, the commission has worked diligently to gather data and to hear from people throughout the state of Florida. And you can get things on surveys, but when you hear the stories, you get so much more rich content. And so we took this on the road, and we took our LEAD Summit, which again stands for Leadership, Education, Advocacy, and Development, and we purposely took it around the state because we wanted to get a chance to share what we do with people in the state, as well as learn what the local commission has done. And we have the mayor's commission from Jacksonville here, who you'll meet shortly, the chair. So what I'd like to do during this section, we have about 45 minutes left, is I'm gonna have Commissioner Day. She's a local commissioner. You've probably seen her around the community. If not, hopefully you can connect with her. And she's gonna share with you information about the Florida Commission on the Status of Women. She then will introduce your local chair of your local commission so that hopefully you can gain some more engagement and involvement on a local level. After that, we have a little exercise where we have a handful of questions, and I'll give you additional information at that time, and then we'll encourage you to take photos and call it a day. Okay, with that, please join me in welcoming Commissioner Day.
Thank you, Commissioner Barreto. It's great to see everybody. I know it's a busy day to be able to take time midweek, but we appreciate all of you particularly staying. And this part of the program is really about sharing. So I wanted to tell you a little bit about my experience as a commissioner and a little bit about the Florida Commission on the Status of Women. As I mentioned to you earlier before, I've been a commissioner since 2020. So I was appointed in 2020 by then Speaker of the House, Jose Olivia, and that was right before COVID took over, right? And so I had this wonderful in-person meeting when I was installed into the organization, Attorney General, which that is where the Commission on the Status of Women is housed. So we are under the Attorney General of Florida. So she was there, she welcomed us, and I think that was in the beginning of February, and then March, you know what happened. So we went into a virtual mode, and it was great. I mean, it wasn't great, but to kudos to the staff and the leadership team at the time, they really pivoted well. And what we're doing here today, we actually decided to take a digital platform and go virtual. And during that time, we developed some programs that I'll talk about in a minute. But what I wanted to share is just baseline about the commission. And we have been part of the Florida statute for almost 30 years. And during that time, we were put into existence to really focus on 3 key areas. And we are nonpartisan, and our role is to, as I mentioned in one of my opening remarks, is to really understand and listen and learn about what the issues that matter most to women in Florida. So the 3 things that we focus on are educate, celebrate, and collaborate. And so this session is really focused on that collaboration with our local commissions, but we collaborate with a variety of different constituents. So whether it's corporate leaders who are interested in getting more access to information, if it's our legislators, if it's our local commissions, if it's women's bureaus and the like, it's how we all work together for the common good. As we've heard quite the theme today, the more we can come together and do things as a united group of women, we can make magic, right? So the education part is also what we're all about today. So part of our statute is to keep Floridians in the know about issues that are impacting women. And so that's why we have this conference every year, free of charge to the public. And we do that so that we can bring information and content to each of you, and that we can also begin to bring in new collaboration partners, right? And so we can continue to advance women in a variety of ways. And then the celebration part is really where we take the opportunity and are deliberate about creating moments where we celebrate the success and accomplishments of women and girls. And so I want to tell you just briefly about a couple of those moments. And you've heard a little bit about some of those today. But as we celebrate the successes of women and girls, kind of starting at the high level of the Women's Hall of Fame, you heard a little bit about that today. So part of our effort is that we take nominations from the public, and our commissioners go through the process of reading all of those nominations and distilling those. This year we had nearly 60, distilling those to a top 10 list, and we present those to the governor. And then the governor chooses who will be inducted into the Hall of Fame. We have a phenomenal way that those women are celebrated in the state capitol, but you can also find out about them online. If you visit the Capitol, please go to the Hall of Fame wall, and you can search a kiosk and learn a lot of detail, but you'll see pictures and just amazing women who have done so many things to advance opportunities for all of us. And then the other parts of the things that we celebrate right in the middle of our season that we call for Spirit of Community, we're taking applications and nominations for people in the community who, outside of their day job, right, are doing things that are really making a difference in the community. And I know each of you know people like that. So go to our website, check it out, and submit someone you know who should be recognized and celebrated for the great things they're doing for the community. So Spirit of Community is a big deal. And we love having those celebrations where the commissioners can be involved in doing a way to celebrate and honor those women with the clubs or the organizations that they're closest with. And then we also have a way that we're bringing information and celebrating young girls, so students. We have a essay contest that takes place every year for middle school students. So if by chance you have a middle school student in your family or your neighborhood or your friends have one, please encourage them to submit an essay, because that celebration is also wonderful to see them come to either one of our quarterly meetings or a Lead Summit event where we can celebrate our essay contests. High school, we celebrate their accomplishments on a video contest. So we give a theme, and each year, so for example, in 2020, we had essays and videos that were about why is it important to vote? And a phenomenal young man who wrote an essay in South Florida, I think it was in the Sarasota market, was one of the honorees of receiving that. So it's open for girls and boys, but it's really focused on things that are impacting and are important on the advancement for women. And hot off the press, don't want to steal too much thunder here, but I'll give you a little inside scoop that the commission met and voted yesterday on advancing some of those opportunities to the elementary school level. So stay tuned to where we might be able to open up exposure and celebration of kids of all ages, and where we're starting to see our future commissioners coming up in the ranks. So with that, I'll tell you just as I close and turn it over to Shauna Grant, who is in our local community as well, and she serves as the chair for the Mayor's Commission on the Status of Women. I'll tell you a little bit about my journey. So in 2019, I heard about the Lead Summit, what we're here for. And it was in Tallahassee, and I thought, wow, this looks really great. I'd never heard of this before. Let me go check it out. So I came, and I actually brought my daughter, who was a senior, and she was going to school to study political science. You heard about her. Nancy was talking about her, right? So some of those connections kind of, you don't even know that they start planting seeds early. But anyway, I digress. So I came to the Lead Summit, and it was an amazing experience because I not only got to learn by having speakers, but I also was able to sit in two of the legislators' offices with a group of other women who were there. We toured the Capitol. We sat in the legislator's office. We went and we actually witnessed the bill being put on the floor for the topic of guns in schools for educators to be able to do that. Now, I know that's a really hot topic, and I don't want to go into the yes or no's or whatever, but it was fascinating to me that I was able to sit there and watch the discussion between our legislators that representing all of us. And that's really what this is about. What we do as a commission, as I said, we're nonpartisan. We gather information and data, and we present that to our legislators. And we do that in the form of an annual report. And so you have access to that. You can see our annual report from last year and the year before. It's a extremely impressive body of work that a whole committee does every year. And our annual report comes out and is shared with the legislators, the cabinet, the governor, so that they can see the issues and things that are important to women as they start deciding how they need to support and create laws and awareness of things that will help advance women. So again, I encourage you to get familiar with the annual report. And as I go back to that day when I had my first LEAD Summit, and I recognized that there wasn't, at the time, now we have 3 commissioners, but at the time there wasn't a commissioner representing Northeast Florida. And so I went back to Jacksonville from Tallahassee and said, you know, how do I go about making application to do that? And I was delighted. It wasn't a short process. It took me probably 7-8 months to be appointed. And the ability to work with the amazing women that are in the commission and then connect in the community has been priceless to me. And I just hope that my ability to pay it forward for those who come as young girls and become our future leaders, that they have a path that's even stronger. So if you would like to learn more about the commission or get involved, which I hope you all want to, again, our website has rich content that you can check out all kinds of things. But we invite you to participate with us in the celebration, in the collaboration, and certainly in the education process. So you're going to educate us as we go through the next series of what we're going to do as our activity. But again, thank you for your time, and if at all you need anything or would like to talk to me more about it, I'd welcome that. So without further ado, I'd like to bring Shauna Grant up, and she can talk about the Mayor's Commission on the Status of Women. We were delighted. She joined our meeting yesterday with our commissioners and shared some exciting new different things that are happening here at the local level. So thank you, Shauna. Come on up.
Thank you so much. She basically shared everything that we are trying to accomplish here in the Jacksonville community. What I want the ladies in the room that are still here, if you can connect with the Mayor's Commission on the Status of Women here in Jacksonville, we really need you. There are so many women that don't have the resources that we're trying to reach out and provide for them. So the main focus for the Jacksonville Commission is advocacy, education, and providing community resources here in the Jacksonville community. And we are always looking for women to join us. We host a public meeting every other month now. Before the pandemic, we were meeting every month. But the pandemic changed things, and we have started with a new slate. When I first joined was appointed to the commission in 2018, we focused on the gender pay gap. And then we changed to talk more about mental wellness. With everything that was happening in the community, the pandemic, we thought it was very necessary to host courageous conversations. We would do a series of panel discussions with different women in the community, talking about those issues that really matter when it comes to our teens and all of the problems that we were seeing, you know, coming out of the pandemic. We thought it was very important to focus on that, the families and the resources that they needed. We have a directory that we're rebuilding. There was one that we would share actually on our website, And now we are collecting more data. So if you would like to share your resources, your information, we would love to have that information. And also, we invite you, your organizations, if you're offering resources that can help our women and our children here in the community, families in the community, we would love for you to be in our directory. So if you would like to Google our website, the Mayor's Commission on the Status of Women in Jacksonville, you can find it through the COJ website or on Facebook or LinkedIn. Please join us. We need your voice. Your voice matters as well. We have so many amazing women that are on our commission now, and we are still looking for more. So if you go to our Facebook page, there is the link where you can upload your information, and also send your resume to Dr. Nakora Garrett. I'll post her information on the Facebook page today. She is the city liaison that's over the commission right now. And we also create an annual report for the mayor here in Jacksonville as well. We need your voice, ladies. We need more women to know about the commission, and we need your advocacy in the community. There's so many things that we want to share in this community, and we thought that it was very important that we also bring up issues concerning, reproductive health care here in Jacksonville and what's happening here in our nation. If you're a woman and you're not worried about all the changes that have been made that has nothing to do with our own choices, then it's so many serious things that are happening right now in this world, in our community. And we just want to provide the resources so women are educated and their voice matters. All of our voices matter. So I'm not going to take up too much time. My name is Shauna Grant, and I serve here in Jacksonville. If you are interested in being a part of the commission or attending our public meetings, please reach out to us. Go to the website or our social media page, and that's the Mayor's Commission on the Status of Women. And thank you, ladies.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Day and Shauna. So at this point, we have one more exercise before we ask you to give us some feedback and evaluation. Right now, we're going to distribute to each table a document for you to share with you some of your thoughts. We just said that we want you to connect, to get involved, and to use your voice. And those were your words there, Shauna. So I want to ask you at each table to select a scribe and a spokesperson, and that person will document the comments that are shared at the table. And the questions are things like, what challenges do you feel women face? Another question is, how responsive do you think your local government is to issues regarding women? There's only 5 questions along with which county you're in, very quickly for about 15 minutes. Again, pick a timekeeper to pace yourselves, make sure everybody talks, document clear thoughts so we know what you're talking about when we read your feedback. So this is just a quick 15-minute exercise we could use just to complement what we've gotten on the research we just conducted with UNF. Does everybody have a worksheet? Everybody have one? Okay, 15 minutes, stay laser focused, document your comments. 3:15, we'll call time.
Okay, we're about at time, I think. Let's wrap up the conversation and we'll share just a little bit. Okay, so now just to wrap things up, we certainly appreciate everyone attending today and staying for this. This is an important part of the mission of the Florida Commission on the Status of Women, is talking to women and getting your thoughts and your feedback. Does anyone want to share a little bit about what was talked about and discussed at your table? Somebody over here, any issues? Okay. Yes, please.
Hi. All right. I'm Alexandria Keys. I came here from Orlando today, and I'm happy. Oh, came here from Orlando today, and I'm happy to be here. So, all right. So, okay. So for the first question about the county that we live in, there were 4 counties represented at our table. So Orange, Seminole, Clay, and St. John's. So 2 people were from Seminole, and then the others, it was just 1 person represented. Number 2, which challenges impact you or a woman you know the most? So basically, just overall inequities in healthcare, promotions, pay, and so forth. The third question, the responsiveness of government to the needs of women in Florida. And so we just kind of grouped our answer together because I think there was a consensus here that basically the change is happening in Clay County, Seminole County, and Orange County, meaning that there's new development, families are moving in. So we feel that the government, they are slow to respond, and that's just because they may feel a little overwhelmed at keeping up with, who's there and what the needs are at this time. And number 4, one change that could be made in your community that would result in the greatest positive impact on women, having someone to represent the women of the community. So, on the Florida Commission Board. Yes, thank you. All right, so that, and then you want us to go over the last one or no? We do have number 5, and how can the Florida Commission on the Status of Women raise their awareness and understanding throughout the state? More advertisement, publicizing the event throughout the state. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. I'll just share a little bit about what was at our table. Just something that stood out. I learned, I'm not from Duval County, I live in Leon County in Tallahassee, but I just learned that in Duval, 3 health clinics, health medical facilities have shut down in the last couple weeks. And so now there is a severe shortage of healthcare providers, especially in the low-income communities. There's work being done to get some mobile units to come help people, but it seems like healthcare is going to be a little bit at a crisis situation. And then the one change that could be made to have the greatest positive impact, and it's kind of what the theme of today was that we're all in this together. And if we could, as women, join together in a collective voice, we could make a whole lot of other changes happen. Does anybody else have, a highlight or something that came up that you'd like to share? Anything about discussions? Anyone? Okay. Don't be shy. There's no shyness here.
We really wanted to talk about financial and literacy here in our community, financial literacy, education in schools. I know that they are now starting to introduce programs to help students, but what we were talking about is that a lot of students come out of college, they're in debt, me, myself, and so many other people. And a lot of people are in debt before they're at the age of 21. And that affects you getting jobs, getting the jobs that you really want, because they do a credit check. And some companies won't hire you if you don't have good credit. It's just so many things that we need. And then the health care, we talked about the reproductive health care. We also mentioned the clinics, the Planned Parenthood clinics that are closing. I don't care what side of the debate you are on. I think that we really need to be concerned when it comes to closing these clinics. It's women that really need those services. And I mentioned earlier that, remember in the 90s when young girls were pregnant and they were hiding their pregnancies and they were having babies in their high school bathrooms and wrapping them in towels and putting them in waste bins. That's horrible to hear, but that's reality. And I deal with reality because I was a teen mom. I was a mother at 15. And so it was not an easy way to go, but I believe in shooting from the hip and talking to women on meeting them at their level. We need resources to educate women, and that's what the commission is doing. On the state level, the local level, we have to educate, advocate for the women who need us, and that's why I said everybody's voice matters. But those were some of the things. Did you want to share?
Preconception counseling, understanding what you need to be doing, health care that matters for all of the parts of your health. And we're just not getting it for a lot of women.
Okay, thank you so very much. Is there anybody else have anything they'd like to share? Any other points? Well, I think then we will go ahead and wrap this up. It's been quite a day. I know everyone is, learned a lot. We've met some new friends, hopefully, and made some new connections. If you could please leave those surveys on your tables, we will collect them. And be sure to follow us on social media. You have our information. Share our events, come to our events, and please give us feedback. Either we have the evaluations, you can use the QR code and fill that out right on your phone, and I will also email everybody a copy of the evaluation to fill it out. It's important that we get your feedback so we know how to make these events better in the future. Was there anything else? I think that was, and I will also share a link to all of the photographs from today's session that the photographer took. It'll be a couple of days so that you can download them, share them, whatever you'd like. So thank you for coming. Have a safe travels and stay in touch.